Mute. All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy meeting. Today is April 16th, 2025, and the time is 8:30. I will call the meeting to order. Dr. Gandhi, if you can do roll call and conflicts of interest, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell,
Here, no conflicts.
Mr. Thorwald,
Here, no conflict.
Ms. Nair,
Here are no conflicts.
Ms. Davis.
Here, I've submitted conflicts in writing.
Thank you. Ms. Walmsley,
Present, I've submitted mine in writing as well.
Ms. Spark.
Here, I've submitted my conflicts in writing.
Thank you. Mr. Hogan,
Here, no conflicts.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Here, no conflict.
and Mr. Anderson.
Here, no conflicts.
Madam Chair, we have all present.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Couple housekeeping items before we get started with the agenda. I see a lot of new faces in the room, so welcome. It's great to see so many folks in the audience. If you are interested in CE, we are offering CE for the meeting. Sign in at the table over here and you'll get CE hours. You'll need to sign in for the morning and for the afternoon to get full CE credit for the day. Dr. Gandhi, I will turn it over to you because we have a couple of introductions before we jump into the agenda. Excited to see that we have a full board, but we do have one member missing. So I'll let you take those two things from your report and item 31.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you can see, we've had a transition in board members. So I want to thank the board members that are not here. Unfortunately, they're not here to hear my fabulous speech here, but Cedar Lehan had the opportunity to serve 5 years with us and contributed a great deal to the growth of this board and public safety and health, along with Kevin Dang, who served about 10 years, a little more than that. And same thing, definitely a great contribution to the state of Arizona. But with them leaving and serving their term, we have two new board members, Chris Hogan, who's from Flagstaff, and Stephanie Spark from here in this area. And I'm not going to steal their thunder, but I would have them introduce themselves, give a little backstory, and I think express how excited they are to be here, receiving a 7,000-page board book, and they're still smiling. So that's great. But before they introduce themselves, I also want to let you guys know that we've also had some transition with the Assistant Attorney General's office. Mr. Seth Hargraves has taken on an opportunity with the medical board, and rather than transition back and forth, it seems to be a permanent position for now. Nothing's ever permanent, but as permanent as it can be. I know the Attorney General's office is looking for a replacement for us, but in the meantime, Ms. Galvin's going to do her best to keep us afloat. So I'll turn it over to Chris and Stephanie to introduce themselves.
Thanks, Dr. Gandhi. Stephanie, you want to go ahead?
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the board and the public. I'm Stephanie Spark. I am beyond excited to serve the citizens of Arizona and be a member of this board. I've been a licensed pharmacist, a doctor of pharmacy for 22 years now, and all in Arizona. I graduated from Midwestern University in Glendale in 2003, and just really excited to contribute. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Hogan. It's a pleasure to be back in Phoenix, where I lived and worked for 40 years, but now I reside in beautiful Flagstaff, Arizona. I'm a graduate of the University of Arizona, 1982. I'll let you do the math. And I've worked in hospital as a director of pharmacy. I've worked in retail, and I've worked in managed care. It's a pleasure to be here, and I hope to be able to contribute to this esteemed board. Thank you.
Welcome to you both. Great to see that we have a full board, which is the first time we've had that in a little bit. So please make sure that you ask questions. We're here to help you get through your first meeting, and excited to have you. Dr. Gandhi, I assume that we'll do some recognition for Mr. Dang and Ms. Lehan at a future meeting.
We absolutely will, Madam Chair. And we still have one transition that's still pending. As you can see, Ms. Nair is still serving. Her seat is open for a transition. But she'll continue to serve until they find a replacement. Whoever is the replacement is going to have some big shoes to fill, obviously. The information I put in your packet from the governor's office, boards and commissions office, had some errors, and we sent an email. It did not identify Ms. Nair continuing until she's replaced. Also, I think it documented that Chris, you're a hospital pharmacist where you're not, and we need to move that over to Jeff's responsibility. Also, they got our mailing address wrong. So number of issues in that statement that's in your book. So we'll have that corrected.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Next, we'll move to approval of the meeting minutes for the last meeting using the YouTube stream as our meeting minutes.
I move to approve the meeting minutes.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Next, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Let's cover complaint review. Item 4R was voted by the complaint review for full board agenda discussion. Is there anything else any members would like to pull for further recommendations outside of the complaint review's recommendations? Hearing none, that's terrific. We also have item 4T that the staff requested in the meeting to table. So let's discuss item 4R. I am recused from this one, so I will let you take this.
Thank you, Ms. Walmsley. This is item 4R, complaint number 25-0054. Respondents are Walgreens number 4266, pharmacist Zamrawi, and technician Kim Van. Board members, the complaint review committee had asked Ms. Galvin to provide the terms of the settlement agreement so that we could understand what actions the board could and could not take in this matter.
Members of the board, the terms of the settlement agreement do not impact your decision and what action you can take in this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. So we will open the floor for discussion. The complaint committee requested that the full board review this case.
Is it accurate that the compliance officer was unable to make contact with the patient to discuss the outcome of the medication error?
Is Mr. Castaneda available, or?
He's currently unavailable. That is correct. As of today's date, the compliance officer was not able to speak to the provider.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Well, I'd be happy to share my thoughts. The technician, in my review of the evidence, misentered the lamotrigine 200 milligrams instead of labetalol 200 milligrams, despite the e-prescription clearly indicating treatment for hypertension. The pharmacist overrode 3 DUR drug utilization review alerts and failed to catch the error, which remained undiscovered for 3 months. The patient ultimately required medical intervention to safely discontinue the incorrect medication, and Walgreens has since settled with the patient. I do believe that the technician's mistake would be classified as human error, and the pharmacist's disregard for multiple safety alerts and overriding those DURs, I do consider reckless, in my opinion.
Would you like them to come in for a conference?
Not necessarily. I would be happy to propose a motion if there's no other further discussion. All right, hearing none, I would propose that due to the technician's mistake being classified as a human error, we would make a motion to, or I would make a motion for non-disciplinary CE for 3 hours in patient safety with standard terms. And for the pharmacist disregard for multiple safety alerts, I'd move for a consent agreement for letter of reprimand with standard terms.
Second.
Should we do them one at a time?
We can. So let's do the technician first. The technician for non-disciplinary CE, 3 hours patient safety with standard terms. Mr. Thorwald seconded that. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Moving on to the pharmacist. There was a first for a consent agreement for a letter of reprimand with standard terms. Second by Mr. Thorwald. Further discussion? All right, because there is discipline, we'll have roll call. Dr. Gandhi, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley's recused, Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Henderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with one recusal, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. And regarding the respondent Walgreens, is there any discussion on any sort of action for the permit?
No, just I move to dismiss for the.
Second.
permit.
All right, we have a motion and a second to dismiss against the permit. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Welcome back, Ms. Walmsley.
Do I have a motion for the rest of the items on the consent agenda for complaints?
I move we accept the consent agenda.
Second. Do we need to specify 4 through 9?
I was just talking about the complaints, but we can take all of them actually together. Well, actually, let's just do the complaints. So the recommendations of the complaint committee. Is that correct? Motion and a second. Dr. Gandhi, can you do a roll call with, since there's some discipline?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair, Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley,
I noting recusals.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Ms. Hogan, Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Next, we can take the remainder of the items from the consent agenda. Tabs 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And for the new members, if you have any recusals in those sections, it would be appropriate for you not to make the motion.
I'll make a motion to approve tabs 5 through 9.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, if you can do roll call, I think we have some discipline in these too.
Yes, we do, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley,
I noting recusals.
Ms. Spark.
Aye. And
Mr.
I also have a recusal.
Perfect. Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. That takes us to tab 10. This is a potential approval for a Prohat Vice for case number 24-0569. Just to approve that. Originally, we received the additional paperwork since when the book was originally updated. Ms. Galvin, all the paperwork is now in order, correct?
That is correct.
So do I have any discussion or a motion to approve the Pro Hoc Vice to allow the case to continue to with investigations?
Madam Chairman, I don't know if Ms. Trujillo has any update.
Yeah, the information has been submitted, like you said, Ms. Galvin, and the bar has said the application is complete, so it's in the board's hands.
I'll make a motion to approve the Pro Hoc Vice.
I'll second, but I do have a motion. I do have a question. Can we just going forward have the president and vice president handle it? Is that appropriate to discuss now? It does say discussion, possible action, so this could be in the discussion area.
We go ahead and vote on this motion and then discuss whether in the future you want to delegate that to the chair and the vice.
Okay. I did second.
So I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Ms. Sarah, did you want to discuss the other matter now?
Yeah, I would be in favor of allowing the chair and vice chair to make these types of decisions for the board going forward. And I don't know if that requires a motion or if it's something we can just put in place.
I would go ahead and request a motion, and the motion, if you're so inclined, would be to delegate future considerations of these petitions to the chair and the vice chair for approval.
I'll make a motion to delegate future motions such as Pro Hoc Vice to the president and vice president of the board for approval.
Do I have a second?
I'll make a second.
Any discussion?
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Is there anything in statute that prevents us from doing that?
There is not.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. That takes us to tab 11, complaints requiring board review. We will do item 11A and 22A, which is the associated permit with that together. So we'll start with item 11A, complaint number 24-0499, Michael Scott Welton. Before we jump into discussion on this one, there is a lot of private health information in this one. So if Mr. Welton is present, we may wish to go into an executive session to discuss your personal health information. That is an option for you, and we would ask that you not disclose your personal health information on the record. I'll turn it over to Ms. Brown to start with a brief summary.
Good morning, board members. Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Mitchell Welton was issued an Arizona pharmacist license by full exam on July 11th, 2019. It will expire on April 18th, 2025. His license is currently open. On September 6th, 2024, board staff received a notification from Genoa Healthcare reporting an incident that occurred while Genoa was in the process of terminating Mr. Welton for performance issues and company policy violations. The notification indicated that Mr. Welton recorded a video of himself in the pharmacy and took video of monitors which may have displayed patient health information. It was also detailed that Mr. Welton removed 2 medication boxes from the pharmacy. Genoa's loss prevention team reviewed the video footage of the events and confirmed that a TikTok symbol was present on Mr. Welton's phone as he recorded videos, and confirmed that the medication boxes that were removed were for Vivitrol and Abilify Maintina. Between September 12th and October 31st, 2024, staff communicated with Genoa to obtain further information and issued subpoenas for records in this matter. During this time, staff received further documentation indicating that Genoa's initial investigation into Mr. Welton for performance issues and company policy violations also involved the following: allowing students to use his credentials to final product verify, filling his own prescriptions, and incidents related to non-adjudicated scripts being mailed and sold through Genoa's POS. Mr. Welton's responses to Genoa regarding these matters are addressed in his letter of resignation dated September 4th, 2024, which is contained in the board's files for review. Genoa also indicated that prior to his termination, Mr. Welton was being investigated for possible theft that occurred on or about August 6, 2024. According to Genoa, Mr. Welton was observed removing 2 medications from 2 different manufacturer stock bottles and placing the tablets in his personal medication bottle. After placing the tablets in his personal medication bottle, he placed the bottle in his backpack and exited the pharmacy. Staff received a final investigation report from Genoa on October 31st, 2024, which concluded that Mr. Welton diverted bupropion and desvenlafaxine from the pharmacy on August 6, 2024. Genoa was not, however, able to confirm diversion of Vivitrol and Abilify, which was suspected on September 4th, 2024. Genoa's investigative material, including links to video surveillance and photo evidence, is included in the board's files for review and consideration. Staff opened a complaint against Mr. Welton's license and sent him a notice of complaint on September 26, 2024. In his response, Mr. Welton indicated that he went into the Genoa pharmacy on September 4, 2024 to retrieve his personal belongings. He indicated that he wanted to capture the moment in a farewell video, but ultimately deleted anything he recorded without posting, saving, or downloading a copy. He asserted that he has never filmed, recorded, or duplicated any patient information and has always stayed compliant with HIPAA training. In his response to the alleged diversion of Vivitrol and Abilify, Mr. Welton indicated that he was a preceptor and kept some open, empty boxes in a drawer by his workstation to aid in educational efforts so that his students are better prepared to counsel patients and or nurses that would administer on preparation, how to interpret the med guides, etc. He indicated that he did not remember the date that he removed the boxes from the drawer, but asserted that they were trash. Mr. Welton further explained concerns related to his employment at Genoa Pharmacy. Of note, staff did investigate the concerns and were unable to substantiate Mr. Welton's claims. After reviewing Genoa's final investigative report, staff contacted Mr. Welton regarding the diversion of bupropion and desvenlafaxine, which occurred on August 6, 2024. Mr. Welton's response to the allegations contains personal health information and is contained in the board's files for review and consideration. Information in Mr. Welton's response, in addition to written statements that he made to Genoa, raised concerns about his ability to safely practice as a pharmacist. An interim order for psychiatric evaluation with fitness for duty component was issued on November 18, 2024. Mr. Welton complied with the order and underwent an evaluation with Dr. Wen-Hui Kai on December 5, 2024. Staff received the evaluation results from Dr. Kai, and in the report, Dr. Kai clearly states that he has a prior professional relationship with Mr. Welton, as they both worked at La Frontera. Further, he states that he informed Mr. Welton that the board could interpret this relationship as a conflict of interest and require a second evaluation. According to Dr. Kai, Mr. Welton elected to proceed with the evaluation. Staff contacted Mr. Welton on December 16, 2024, and requested that he complete a second evaluation due to the conflict of interest. Mr. Welton complied and underwent a second evaluation on January 21st, 2025 with Dr. Larry Oñate. Staff received Dr. Oñate's final report on February 5th, 2025. The results of both evaluations are included in the board's files. This matter is before the board to consider the facts of this case, the results of Mr. Welton's evaluation, and the renewal of his pharmacist license.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Is Mr. Welton present virtually or online?
I am virtual, absolutely.
Welcome. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Yep, my name is Mitchell Welton. I'm a pharmacist, graduated in 2019 from the University of Arizona.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Board members, as I mentioned before, there is a lot of private health information here. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions for Mr. Welton that we feel comfortable with asking him on the record that are not relative to his personal health and information. Otherwise, we can make a motion to go into executive session to discuss personal health information and potentially legal advice as well.
I'm curious, Mr. Welton, do you have a statement that you want to make at this time to kind of let us know how?
That does not include personal health information.
Of course.
Everything that I've had to respond as far as all the allegations made against me, I've submit to the board. There was one the second evaluation with Dr. Oñate, we had discussed some changes to my medication regimen, which was eliminating 2 of the medications. Those I did taper off. Go ahead.
This is Jean Galvin, the board's attorney. Please refrain from discussing any personal health information. You're not obligated to do that on the public record.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't going to name the medications, but it was something that the board had requested to know if I had followed that advice, which I did. So aside from that, I don't have any other statements, but I can respond to any other questions or clarification that's needed.
Thank you, Mr. Welton. Board members? Thoughts? Do we have questions for him that we want to take in executive session? Are we comfortable with making a motion based on the evaluator's recommendation? Open it up for discussion.
I'd be comfortable making a motion based on Dr. Anate's recommendation, and I'm not sure exactly what that would look like. Maybe offer a consent agreement that as long as he complies with the terms and the instructions recommendation plan, then the doctor deemed him fit to practice.
One other item that I would like to consider if we're looking towards making a motion is a period of probation as well as a part of the consent agreement.
I could be supportive of that. Offer a consent agreement that he comply with the instructions recommendation plan by Dr. Anate and a period of probation of 3 years.
2 is, I think, typical.
Okay,
Is that
2
correct, Ms. Goblin?
2 years.
I wouldn't say there's a typical period. It's often based upon what the evaluator recommends and what the results of the evaluation provide.
Okay, let me look at that again.
What page is the evaluation on?
The recommendations are on page 1583.
Because I do remember something about HIPAA being part of it, and that's not something we typically see. And I was wondering how we were going to handle that.
The evaluator recommended a complete course on professionalism, social media boundaries, HIPAA, and IT security rules. I'm not sure such a course exists by itself, but we could probably recommend a series of CEs to cover those topics.
That could be a term of the probation.
Madam Chairman, this is Jean Galvin. Does the board or Ms. Davis, based upon your motion, are you contemplating that those recommendations and that those instructions account for the diversion?
That's
Can
why
I speak?
That's why
Can I speak towards the diversion?
If I could just clarify very quickly, and then Mr. Walton, the chair, will decide whether to hear you. The plan, the instructions as submitted by the evaluator seem to address issues that he may have, medically or with respect to the disclosure of potential PHI, and that would automatically include probation because he has certain milestones that he has to meet. And so I just wanted make sure that the record is clear where we are in the diversion as well as the other conduct.
I think we should probably go into executive session to hear some more information from Mr. Welton is where my head is at this point. And possible legal advice. So I will make a motion for executive
second.
session. For those reasons. Do I have a second?
I did.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Mr. Welton, you'll get a pop-up on your screen that will ask you to move into a private room for the virtual meeting. And the board members will be present in the other room and we'll give you some additional instructions.
I appreciate it. I will look for the pop-up.
All right, so I think we've got everybody back. Mr. Welton, are you with us?
I still am.
Thank you. Appreciate all of the information you provided to us in executive session. I think that we may still have some other questions about your conduct that we can address on the record. So not sure who wants to go first.
I have a question. Do you feel like it was unethical to give yourself a holdover, emergency holdover of medications?
You know, up until this point, I never thought that it was unethical. It's not, something that I did in secret, did it on the counter where cameras could be shown. Nothing was a controlled substance. So, at the time, I didn't feel like I was doing anything, inappropriate or unethical. However, I have learned from this experience that that's just something not to do ever.
Mr. Walton, so I guess to kind of summarize what I think we have before us around concerns. First off, you processed your own prescriptions, and in the matter of the medications that were taken, it's my understanding that you were providing yourself an emergency supply. There's no documentation of that emergency supply, but the purpose of your removal of those medications was to fulfill an emergency supply for your own health condition for which you had prescriptions. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Was it against your company's policy to process your own prescriptions?
That I actually can't answer. I'm not sure if it was a policy violation or not.
According to materials that I read, board members, it was, which is, I think, part of how this came to us as a concern, right? Is there was no documentation of any of this, but there's strict prohibition for participating in the dispensing of medications for yourself or a family member, according to Genoa's policies. Any questions around the emergency supply piece? The only medications that you removed from the pharmacy were these 3 tablets of both medications for which you had a prescription that were a continuation of the supply. Is that true?
That is correct.
Any questions, board members, or any discussion on that?
Just I have a question about those 2 boxes of other medication that you removed from the trash, you said. So how will those boxes will help you with teaching? Just could you help me with this?
Yeah, so
yeah.
So I've been a preceptor for a lot of students, and one of the biggest maybe opportunities for education is not only around LAIs, but inhalers, all of these things that are dispensed in a single use boxed unit. Many times the students will get questions, they have no idea what's inside. So that was part of the demonstration, was going over the LAIs, seeing what the components are, how to mix them, how to prep them, which needles to use and when. So just having that med guide, the chart, showing them what's in there so that they can counsel the nurses that are going to be administering these in the clinic.
If you were using that for the purpose of as a preceptor, as within a rotation, why did you need to remove those items from the pharmacy?
So I removed all the empty boxes, empty personal items from that drawer. In fact, the camera will show where I've removed all that stuff. I put it straight into a trash liner and then emptied all the liners in the pharmacy before leaving. Because if I had, dispensed the LAI for a nurse, or we had administered it ourselves in the pharmacy, the pen, the needle, that would have gone in hazardous, but everything else would have been discarded anyway. That's where they would go if I was not keeping it for a teaching tool.
Can you talk to us about the TikTok video?
Yeah, I have TikTok that I've been posting. I've posted a lot of videos over the years. It's all public. There's no personal information, no proprietary information. In fact, that last day, like I said, I was trying to film basically a farewell to retail pharmacy since I was leaving since a technician in 2011. I've been in retail, but couldn't get it right. I mean, the security cameras show me filming the same thing 4 or 5 times. They could see the TikTok symbol on my phone, but the 32-inch monitor had a blank white Word document on it. I'm always very careful not to disclose any PHI, but again, couldn't get it right and never ended up posting anything.
Do you say you've done a lot of videos? Those videos?
I mean, I've posted to TikTok for a long time.
You of yourself at the pharmacy?
Sometimes in the pharmacy, sometimes with my kids, just whatever we're posting.
Is that okay with your employer?
Depends on the employer. However, Genoa, my direct supervisor, and a lot of the higher management knew of it, and apparently it wasn't a problem until I gave my 2 weeks, because they were aware of it for 2 years. And never had any type of feedback from it.
Do you see any issues with potentially filming in a pharmacy?
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's another thing I've learned is, if it's a gray area, it's not really a gray area for us here. So I will no longer be doing that, which I haven't posted anything since.
Okay, so we addressed the HIPAA issue. So you would contest that you didn't record any HIPAA information at any point in time?
Absolutely not. I never have.
We also have a concern that was raised to us about you allowing, I believe, pharmacy interns to work under your initials, which would compromise the integrity of the records.
Mm-hmm.
Can
So
you talk to us a
that
little
was
bit about that?
That was another thing I've addressed as well, which if this, and I'll explain kind of what this practice looks like. But if it is concerning, once I describe it, it's something that's occurring at every Genoa pharmacy that has a preceptor, because we usually have two stations set up side by side. And in order to give my 4th year pharmacy students the opportunity to learn how to product verify, we work side by side, but they would never, it would not work on the intern credentials. So we would be working at the station together with me over their shoulder in direct supervision, showing them the process, what to look for, how to check for it, so that they could get comfortable with that.
I'm sorry. So Genoa gives your intern a credential, right? So they will have their own password and username. Yep. Correct?
They do. Yep. So they're coded when we add them as a like a contractor intern. So it gives them basically all the credentials in the system that our technicians have.
And what is the difference between their credentials and yours as a pharmacist?
They wouldn't be able to do the product verification step.
And you will let them do it under your name, correct?
Yeah, with us at the same workstation.
And you are right next to them. Okay.
Yeah, it's under direct supervision. I would never let them verify anything on their own.
Thank you.
Were you performing the final check or were they performing the final check?
In terms of visually doing it or clicking the button?
In terms of conducting the activity for the record?
Oh, yeah, we would, like I said, we would go through it together. I'd have them look at it. I'd have them usually verbally tell me, what they think, and then we would sign off. If there was anything that they missed or anything I needed to correct, we would do that. I'd show them, what they missed, what to look for next time.
Were you performing the final actions or were they performing the final actions?
Of clicking the button, of looking at the medications? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
may, it's almost like putting your initials by clicking the button. So who's actually clicking the button?
So whoever was doing it. So I mean, I'm over their shoulder. I think sometimes they probably clicked it. I think sometimes I did.
So clicking the button would, in essence, signing your initials to that prescription.
Yeah. With my direct supervision, I wouldn't let it sign with anything else.
Were they using your credentials?
At my workstation.
So I believe what's happened, yeah, he went with them to review everything, discuss DUR, whatever, and then do we agree? Yes, yes. Go ahead and push the button, and the intern pushed the button, not him, but under his direct supervision. I'm not saying this is okay or not, but that's what's happening.
Seems like he's trying to give his
Sense
intern
of-
a quality experience, and his system does not allow counter signatures, et cetera.
Correct.
And it just what he also shared with us with the emergency fill, it doesn't seem like their system is that sophisticated to give a 3-day supply, and it's not sophisticated enough to have a precept or counter signature for this function. So
Exactly.
it sounds like he's trying to give his student a quality experience.
Correct.
But the emergency fill, would that be ethical to do for yourself?
No,
Even
that
if it's a sophisticated system?
That's what you, well, how he explained it is, you know, he gave a comparison to more modern technology where you could document a 3-day supply. And he gave an example of, you know, crossing off a former label and putting down 3 capsules, which is what we did back in the day.
Which
So,
would be fine if someone else was doing it.
well, when you're a one pharmacist operation, you can't really do that. So he's got a condition and he's got a 3-day supply and at a solo pharmacy, and he's a solo pharmacist. And it seems legitimate to me.
I agree. It seems legitimate, although by doing it yourself, you're also kind of removing the professional judgment piece of it. And that's where I have the concern. And it probably isn't the best experience for a student to learn that type of behavior either. While I appreciate that he's, you know, trying to give them a good experience, I think there's perhaps a different way that he could do that that would have also maintained the integrity of the records. I agree with you that I don't think that this is a case of diversion per se. He was violating his company policy, it was poor judgment in my opinion, and he could have just had his prescription filled at a different pharmacy. And then none of this would have happened.
Madam Chair, if I may, I think one question left unanswered is, Mr. Welton, so what have you learned through this whole process, and how do you intend to move forward? I think I'm stealing somebody else's question, but that's still up in the air to be left answered.
I've learned, like I had said earlier, there are a lot of things that probably are classified as a gray area, and I've learned just to stay away from those. I think better documentation of everything in the pharmacy. That old saying that, you know, if you didn't put it in the chart, it didn't happen. I'm learning that firsthand in a very painful way. So just learning to, you know, handle myself more professionally and just have much clearer documentation.
I would just like to bring things to the board that I'm aware of common practice when pharmacy or pharmacists give like emergency fill to patients, like 3 to 10 days supply sometimes, or 7 days supply. But not all systems allow pharmacists to run a new prescription, like for emergency fill. Some systems do, some of them don't. So, but really the pharmacist should document this, at least saying somewhere as a notes, like we give 3 tablets of this for this NDC and for this number. And based on what he said, I believe this is a common practice in this company to help patients doing so, right? So, so I have a question for you, not related to what's happened. So what is the system, pharmacy system there at Genoa?
Oh man, what did they call it? It's called Prodigy.
Okay.
it's Genoa's own in-house system. They developed it for their long-term care and kind of specialty needs. But there was another thing that was mentioned earlier in the summary that hasn't come up yet about medications that were being, dispensed to the POS that weren't adjudicated. And that's another good example of something that occurs across all Genoa nationwide. Because the system can have a rejected adjudication and it will let you fill it, pre-check it, and sell it at the point of sale, because if it's rejected, it processes through the system as a zero copay. And at Genoa, 90% of our patients that we serve have Medicaid. So a zero copay really doesn't raise any flags until you see the rejection sometimes next month when you're going to process it. It's a huge issue that's happened. I floated to at least 8 of the other Genoa over the last 2 years. It's something that's happened there as well. So, I mean, I don't believe in blaming the system, but out of everything I have worked with, it's the worst pharmacy system in terms of checks and balances for safety that I've ever worked with.
Thank you. I don't think we can discuss this because this is not part of the complaint, right?
Board members, any other questions for Mr. Welton? Or shall we start to think about where we want to go?
Mr. Welton, are you willing to comply with the recommendations of the evaluator?
I am.
And there's no barriers to compliance with those recommendations?
I have none.
I think I'm back to offering a consent agreement to follow the instructions from Dr. Onate for the educational piece, assign 6 hours of continuing education, 2 in ethics, 2 in HIPAA, privacy and security, and 2 in disposing medication and injection paraphernalia as recommended by the evaluator. With a 2-year probation in order to complete this checklist of items.
After hearing more from Mr. Welton, I don't know that I think that 2 years is necessary. Doesn't seem like we have an issue of diversion. The medical evaluator feels like he is fit to practice as long as he follows the recommendations in the plan. I don't know that I think we need to go to 2 years. Thoughts?
I'm open to a shorter course of probation. It's not going to take 2 years to complete all of these tasks.
I think 1 year might be more appropriate.
I think a year is good.
I can amend my motion to a 1-year probation.
I'll second.
Ms. Galvin, what else do we need?
Madam Chair, if I may, we have a renewal on the table.
Okay, we'll do the consent agreement and then we'll do the renewal. All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Nay.
Ayes have it with 1 nay, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. With the matter of the renewal, do I have a motion for that?
I move to accept his application to renew the license.
Would that be contingent upon him signing?
Signing the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Welton, for being present. The board staff will be in communication with you with the consent agreement.
Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you. Let's take a brief recess for a bio break. We'll come back at 10 o'clock.
my audio to work. Check my audio. It says failed to detect your speaker.
It's
It was
working.
earlier. How did you?
All right, welcome back, everybody. Do we need to do roll call? I think we're good. Everybody's here. We're all in the room, so I think we're good. Let's move on to item 11B, which we will take with item 22B as well, which is Gabrielle Ann Conklin. Is Miss Conklin present? Okay. Miss Conklin, if you could please introduce yourself and then yourself as well, and then we'll take Miss Brown. While we're unmuting her, if you want to introduce yourself from the table, please. If you could please use the button there to get the green light. Otherwise, they can't hear you.
Shayna Frieden, attorney at Gallagher and Kennedy, here on behalf of Miss Gabrielle Conklin.
Thank you. Miss Conklin, if you're present, if you could unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
My name is Gabrielle Conklin, and I'm a pharmacy technician.
Welcome, Miss Conklin. Miss Brown, if you'd like to give us a summary of the case, and then we'll move over to the respondent for a statement.
Good morning, board members. Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Gabrielle Conklin was issued an Arizona Pharmacy Technician license on August 30th, 2023. It will expire on April 18th, 2025. Her license is currently open. On or about September 30th, 2024, Ms. Conklin applied for renewal of her technician license and disclosed shoplifting charges from October 28th, 2023, November 1st, 2023, and November 9th, 2023. In a written explanation and further communication with staff, Ms. Conklin further disclosed personal health information that raised concerns about her ability to safely practice as a pharmacy technician. The information provided by Ms. Conklin is contained in the board's files for review and consideration. On October 29th, 2024, board staff offered Ms. Conklin an interim consent agreement for voluntary suspension of license and psychological evaluation with fitness for duty component. Ms. Conklin contested the proposed interim consent agreement due to the voluntary suspension provision and the impact that it would have on her financial situation. Board staff subsequently issued an interim order for psychological evaluation with fitness for duty component, which required Ms. Conklin to undergo an evaluation by December 30th, 2024. Ms. Conklin complied with the order and underwent an evaluation on December 4th, 2024. On December 10th, 2024, Ms. Conklin contacted board staff and requested an extension to complete the drug testing component of the evaluation as requested by Community Bridges. Staff confirmed with Community Bridges that the drug testing is part of their assessment process, even when it is not explicitly requested in a board order. Staff requested a preliminary report for Ms. Conklin pending the drug testing, as the interim order did not require the drug testing. Community Bridges provided staff a copy of the preliminary report on February 21st, 2025. The results are contained in the board's files for review and consideration. On March 3rd, 2025, staff offered Ms. Conklin a consent agreement for probation with monitoring, which aligned with the recommendations made by the evaluator. Ms. Conklin raised concerns about the agreement as it relates to her personal medical information. She subsequently obtained counsel, and staff received a letter of representation from Shayna Frieden on March 19th, 2025. Ms. Frieden submitted proposed modifications to the consent agreement on March 24th, 2025. This matter is before the board for discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the facts of this case, the results of Ms. Conklin's evaluation, the proposals submitted by Ms. Conklin's counsel, and the renewal of Ms. Conklin's license.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Frieden, before we proceed with your statement or a statement from Ms. Conklin, just wanted to remind you that we can go into executive session for discussion on private health information. So if you or Ms. Conklin would like to start preliminarily with any of the health information, we can make a motion to move into executive session. So I will defer to you if you'd like to do that or if you want to make a statement first.
Thank you. I do think it would be safer to move into executive session before getting into the statement.
If the statement contains private health information, we can have that statement and information conveyed in executive session. But if there's non-PHI, we will have to do that in executive session or in open session.
There is PHI in the statement.
So then I would ask that you provide other information that is not PHI in the open session.
Okay, thank
Go
you.
ahead. Thank you.
I believe you have, well, first I'll start by thank you for giving us the time and opportunity to be here today. I believe you have our proposed revisions, so I'm happy to go over all of them, or I just have some highlights for you today. First, it's important to note that this matter does not stem from a patient interaction or harm to patient safety. Ms. Conklin has not only been cooperative, but completely transparent with the board and the evaluator throughout this process, particularly with respect to some of the protected health information and things she has overcome and medications related to that. Ms. Conklin initially disclosed the criminal conviction in her license renewal application. For that reason, under ARS Section 32-3208G2, she's not subject to disciplinary action for reporting outside the 10-day period. We addressed this in a few of our proposed revisions. With respect to the possible violation of committing a misdemeanor involving moral turpitude, shoplifting is not a listed offense within the definition of moral turpitude pursuant to ARS Section 1-215, subsection 24. Dr. Lott noted in his evaluation that it was a compulsive act due to underlying diagnoses. Ms. Conklin described in her written statement that she affirmatively sought treatment. With respect to the second possible violation, there has not been any finding that Ms. Conklin is using alcohol or other drugs to such a degree as to render her unfit to perform her employment duties. I'll save details about the findings of the evaluation. There has been no evidence from her employers that she was ever found to be impaired or not safe to practice. Along with Dr. Lott, Ms. Conklin's psychiatric nurse practitioner denied her having an addiction or substance use disorder. In the letter we recently submitted with our proposed revisions, the MP advised that Ms. Conklin is not dependent on a certain form of treatment, has even greatly reduced that consumption, and doesn't have many other pain management options. Ultimately, I would ask that our proposed revisions be accepted. I had raised an initial call with Ms. Brown about monitoring, whether there could be monitoring outside disciplinary action, as again, there's been no finding that Ms. Conklin used substances to a degree to render her unfit to practice, no evidence she's ever been impaired while practicing, and specific denials of substance use disorder. Dr. Lott's evaluation also says his recommendations are not from a punitive standpoint, but to prevent or mitigate risk of professional health impairment. Based on the foregoing and of course the additional information, we would respectfully submit that Ms. Conklin's license be renewed. Indeed, it was extended a few times throughout this process with no issue. And while under monitoring and the care of an addiction specialist, there are even greater safeguards to be sure that she remains safe to practice. Thank you again for your time. Happy to answer any questions. And like I said, have some more information that I could go over.
Thank you, Ms. Frieden. Board members, any questions not pertaining to the private health information? Hearing none, do I have a motion to go into executive session so that we can talk about her health information and legal advice?
I'll make my motion.
Do I have a motion and a second? Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Ms. Conklin, you'll receive a pop-up on your screen to go into a private room and on the Zoom. The board members and your attorney are going to move over into another room so that we can have the conversation without the members of the public. So hang tight and accept that pop-up when it comes up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Ms. Conklin, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Board members, questions or discussion? Thoughts on a motion?
I'll make a motion to revise the consent agreement and the AG work with Ms. Conklin's representation to come up with language that is per our conversation in executive session.
That involves protected health information?
Correct.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell?
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald?
Aye.
Ms. Nair?
Aye.
Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley?
Aye.
Ms. Spark?
Aye.
Mr. Hogan?
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And now we have Ms. Conklin's renewal.
I'd make a motion that we approve the renewal upon a signature of the revised consent agreement.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
And I assume, Madam Chairman, that staff will extend the effective date of her license until this is resolved.
That's correct.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Conklin. Thank you, Ms. Frieden, for being present. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We will move to item 12A, which is complaint requiring board review and previous action. Complaint numbers 23-0631 and 25-0075. Kyle Benjamin Roland. Is Mr. Roland present?
Good morning, I am here.
If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Kyle Roland, pharmacist, graduated from Midwestern in 2018.
Thank you. And I see we have Mr. Corrington and Mr. Grease. If you guys can introduce yourselves as well.
Good morning, board. My name is Ryan Grease. I'm the PAPA program director.
Jim Corrington, PAPA weekly group facilitator.
Welcome to you all. Ms. Brown, if you could proceed with a brief summary.
Good morning, board members. Jenica Brown, executive assistant to the deputy director. Kyle Roland was issued an Arizona pharmacist license by full exam on October 22nd, 2018. It will expire on October 31st, 2025. His license is currently suspended. On or about November 14th, 2023, board staff was notified that Mr. Roland was terminated from employment at Albertsons for working while potentially impaired. He subsequently entered into an interim consent agreement and order for voluntary suspension of license and substance use evaluation with this board. He underwent an evaluation on January 10th, 2024, and preemptively signed a contract to enter the PAPA monitoring program on February 19th, 2024. The board considered the results of the evaluation during the April 2024 board meeting and voted to offer Mr. Roland a consent agreement and order for probation of license with monitoring in board case number 23-0631. The consent agreement was executed on May 17th, 2024, which terminated the suspension and placed his license on probation for a minimum period of 5 years. On December 11th, 2024, PAPA notified board staff that Mr. Roland's monitoring contract was suspended as a result of a confirmed positive test for alcohol. PAPA indicated that Mr. Roland was referred for inpatient treatment. On December 20th, 2024, staff received another notification from PAPA that an additional positive test was received, noting that it was from a sample provided prior to PAPA's initial communication with staff on December 11th, 2024. On December 26, 2024, Mr. Roland signed an interim consent agreement for suspension of license and professional assessment of fitness for duty in board case number 23-0631. The agreement suspended his license for a minimum period of 60 days and required him to request the licensed professional primarily responsible for his inpatient treatment to opine in writing to the board whether he was safe to return to the practice of pharmacy. On February 10th, 2025, Mr. Roland contacted board staff and indicated the following. He completed a detox program with Royal Life Centers in Northern Arizona and moved into their inpatient housing on January 4th, 2025. Due to flooding in the facility, he decided to leave and enter into an inpatient facility in Glendale, Arizona. On January 8th, 2025, he left Royal Life Centers and was arrested for a DUI during his drive from Northern Arizona to Glendale. He acknowledged that he made the mistake of driving after drinking. He entered into Desert Recovery in Glendale, Arizona on January 9th, 2025 to restart his inpatient treatment. He completed a 30-day inpatient recovery at Desert Recovery Center in Glendale on February 7th, 2025. He received a notification from MVD that his driver's license is suspended for 90 days effective February 7th, 2025, and he had a pretrial court date set for March 18th, 2025. Board staff attempted to contact Mr. Roland following the receipt of his disclosure as the interim consent agreement in board case number 23-0631 was on the agenda to be considered during the February 2025 board meeting. Staff was unable to reach him prior to the meeting, and the interim consent agreement remained on the February 2025 agenda for the board's consideration. The board ultimately voted to approve the interim consent agreement, which placed his license on a suspended status for a minimum of 60 days. The agreement was executed on February 24th, 2025. On February 18th, 2025, board staff opened a complaint number 25-0075 for violation of a board order with respect to the consent agreement for probation and monitoring in board case number 23-0631 due to his multiple relapses and recent DUI. Mr. Roland was sent a notice of complaint and subpoena for records regarding his DUI. He complied with the subpoena, submitted a response and relevant documentation on March 4th, 2025. Of note, the police report from his arrest indicates that his blood alcohol content at the time of arrest was 0.259%, which is an extreme DUI, and that Mr. Roland admitted to drinking vodka from a bottle while driving to Phoenix. Staff received medical records from Royal Life Centers in Northern Arizona and a letter from Desert Recovery Centers in Glendale opining on Mr. Roland's fitness for duty. The records are included in the board's files for review and consideration. On March 22nd, 2025, after the file for Mr. Roland was finalized for the board's consideration, staff received a notification from PAPA that he had a positive breathalyzer screen of 0.02 at 8:59 a.m. on March 21st, 2025. Communication from PAPA, in addition to Mr. Roland's interim contract with PAPA, is included in the board's file for consideration. Of note, this notification marks 4 documented instances of alcohol use for Mr. Roland since December 2024. On March 25th, 2025, Mr. Roland contacted board staff with an update regarding his criminal case. He indicated that the state would be offering him a plea deal and he should receive it within the next 3 to 4 weeks. The communication from Mr. Roland is included in the board's files for review. This matter is before the board for discussion and consideration of board case number 25-0075, violation of a board order, discussion and consideration of the suspended status of his license, as well as the recommendations made by Desert Recovery Centers required by his interim consent agreement in board case number 23-0631.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. This case, again, has a lot of private health information, so I would recommend that we ensure patient privacy, and if we need to move to executive session, we can do that. Mr. Roland, would you like to make a brief opening statement for the board, not getting into too much detail about your private health information?
I don't have anything new to add other than I'm still waiting on the plea agreement. I'm going to reach out to the public defender after the conclusion of this meeting, as well as continuing my program, working with the sponsor, doing the thrice daily testing and complying with all board and PAPA requirements, continuing to and moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Roland. Board members? Discussion, questions? Do we need to go in executive session?
Dr. Greaves and Mr. Corrington, can you provide your assessment?
From what I'm tracking, everything that was said is accurate. He's obviously had some struggles with staying clean and sober for any period of time that we have on record, especially recently. I will let Jim talk more about how that looks at potential other considerations. I am in conversation, or in communication, I should say, with Dr. Lott, who is the care provider who Kyle is working with, just to make sure we're on the same page as to what potential next steps from a treatment perspective and like what they are working on. So I can provide it to PHI, so not in this type of setting.
I'll just briefly state that we are performing our function in monitoring and in supporting the individual practitioner, but also in supporting the board's interests, and it's working. You know, it's allowing somebody to see the seriousness of the disease, and it's not unique. These kind of cases have happened in the past, and over a period of time, the hope is that the person will finally do what they need to do to be permanently into recovery.
Thank you.
Mr. Roland, when you checked out of it, and I forget the name of the facility that had the water leak, it's my understanding that that was against medical advice. Is that true?
It was, as is anybody leaving the facility early. I tried to get in contact with a sister company that they work with under their medical umbrella. I couldn't off the top of my head come up with the name of the facility in Glendale, which once I returned to Glendale was able to confirm did exist. They told me they had no such facility and were working on rehousing us somewhere. They didn't have any openings for housing. They were housing us in the administration room and several other attached. I would describe them as sheds. They weren't open aired, but they weren't climate controlled. I was fortunate enough to get a room in one of the climate controlled buildings, feeding us fast food, because the place that flooded also has the place that had the kitchen for the facilities. Most of the discussions in the following days after that were not, in my opinion, appropriate for recovery, as they were mostly spent explaining frustrations with how the situation was being handled by upper management. I decided that, against their advice to leave, that I would be better suited in a place that was more stable, more prepared to take on patients, as opposed to wasting more time there, more money there, as opposed to in not talking through treatment in groups that were productive to recovery. So I chose to find a place down in the valley closer to home to transition there, knowing that I would have to start, and intended to start, even if it wasn't a requirement, a full 30 days all over again. The facility I found down in the valley was much better, much more stable, much more supportive, in my opinion. So I may have been able to stay up there and things may have worked out. I don't know, but I chose what was best for my health and recovery, to keep the ball rolling and not, intentionally waste any more time.
Looking back, since there was a relapse shortly after you left, would you do anything differently?
I may have given them some more time and worked potentially. I didn't have access to any electronics. So other than their recommendation to stay, they didn't have any other facilities. A lot of people had started transferring out. I'm not sure how they were able to make those arrangements. Some left that same night, some left that same morning, transitioned directly to other facilities. And working with that particular facility that I was at, they, as opposed to trying to find alternatives, I think they wanted to keep us all in-house for whatever their motivation was. And we're really reluctant to transfer anybody. So, like I said, I was able to get in touch with the place after the fact and transition myself down here. I may have stayed and given them more time. But as long as I've been out of work and trying to deal with this and put this behind me and the struggles I've had along this journey, felt that it was better sooner than later to transition to a more stable environment, closer to home, so that I could finish in a reasonable amount of time. I also was under a deadline, and spending, 2 or 3 more weeks there and not truly getting the care I believe was necessary to help me in recovery. Didn't want to waste any additional days transitioning and restarting based on the board's deadline.
And Dr. Roland, just to confirm, right after you left and in transit from Yavapai County to Maricopa, you're drinking and getting a DUI.
I did relapse after that, yes. Again, the detox was great, but I didn't get a lot of quote unquote treatment. There were a few meetings offered. The detox mostly was medically assisted and dealing with symptoms. We had maybe 2 good days of meetings and an outing. Coming back from the outing was when actually they spent the whole day ripping the kitchen and the exhaust ducts out. And then that day it was flooded. We stood out front for several hours while they figured out what to do. And like I said, as I spoke before, how they handled the loss of a building that was not going to be repaired or usable in any sort of reasonable time frame.
Ms. Brown, the current status of his license is suspended, correct?
Correct.
Do we have a time on that suspension? Was it for a certain amount of time?
It was for a minimum period of 60 days. It was executed on February 24th, 2025.
This isn't a question, but a comment. It just seems like you're in a very acute part of your disease. So we still need strong structure around. I'm not comfortable with you practicing at this point. That's just my statement. I'm not sure what options we have, but I'd be in favor of expanding the suspension timeframe.
And
continuing.
and reoffering a consent agreement for treatment
Yes.
and monitoring.
So keep the monitoring in place, but extend the suspension another, I don't know what's appropriate, 2 months.
I think
Much longer.
Much
I'm not
longer.
sure what. Yeah, I'm not sure what would be appropriate.
I'm looking for the evaluator's assessment. Is there a recommendation from the evaluator on how long he should not practice? I don't recall. If anybody can point me to it.
Maybe we can use the experience.
I was gonna see if there was anything and then maybe defer to them.
So Kyle does see Dr. Lott, who's one of the board approved evaluators on, I believe it's a bi-weekly basis. There might have been an appointment this week. I don't remember his next follow-up. But I do think that would be a question that could be relatively easily answered, either in the current documentation from his recent appointments or asking Dr. Lott.
Mr. Roland, this is Jean Galvin, the board's attorney. Would you be willing to enter into a consent agreement that calls for the continued suspension of your license, followed by monitoring and treatment?
Continuing the current plan, basically, with monitoring suspension. I would. I am working diligently to try and work through this process and better manage this disease. I would like to practice pharmacy again, as that's a passion I have. So yes, I would like to pursue that. And again, I am working with Dr. Lott. Without naming specifics, we did restart a medication previously prescribed that he's monitoring. And we're looking at a longer term injectable version as well to help aid in compliance with the medication. So he and I haven't discussed next steps as of yet, but that would be the next step from the oral version that I'm currently taking daily.
So you would be willing to enter into a consent agreement?
Correct.
Continue the suspension?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm thinking a minimum of 6 months from his sobriety date.
We have him come back to the board in 6 months.
You may, there would be a provision in the consent agreement that would require him to appear before the board prior to lifting of the suspension. And also, I could put in there that you would request communication from Dr. Lott with respect to his ability to go back and practice under terms.
Can we just say the October board meeting?
I'm sure.
Madam Chair, if I may, if I can direct your attention to page 21, 29 of the board book. This is the evaluation that was submitted to the board from Desert Recovery Centers dated March 1st, 2025. Noting that there is a documented relapse after this was submitted. I'm not seeing a time frame.
Mr. Roland, how long have you been sober?
The most recent one was the one Ryan spoke about that was reported in March. There wasn't any during recovery that they made me aware of. They were doing weekly random testing as well, so I'm not sure about that documentation, but
Didn't you have a relapse after that date?
Yeah.
correct, the one in March that we spoke about, the positive breathalyzer. That was after I left Desert Recovery, so I'm not sure what that notation from Desert is getting at.
My apologies. There was a positive breathalyzer, and I believe it was Friday, March 20th. So I think the use would have been Thursday, the 19th.
I would like to see him before we lift his suspension. It seems like he's still working through the very early stages of his recovery. I'm glad to see that he's seeking help. I have confidence that he can get there, but I think he still has a way to go.
Dr. Roland, are you local? Can you come down here physically to the board meeting in October?
I'm hoping by October to have driving privileges reinstated at some in some capacity. Early May will be the 90 days. I'm still working with the courts to find out what penalties I'll have to deal with them. But I'm hoping to have what they call limited restricted driving privileges so that I can get down there. Yeah, I'm struggling with facilitating rides to all these appointments and meetings that they are important to make, and I don't want to miss them. But yes, by October, I'm hoping within the next month or two to have the requirements by the DMV and whatever the courts ordered met, so that I can get to work and meetings and everything else I need to do, and including board meetings.
So Dr. Roland, would you be willing to take an Uber or alternate method of transportation to get here if you do not have a license?
Yes.
So I think the board wants to see you in person in October.
Okay. That's fine. I have no problem with that.
I'm not sure I'll be able to capture it, but I'll try. I make a motion to extend the suspension for 6 months. Noting all the requirements that Ms. Galvin gave, that we have a report from Dr. Lott. Ms. Galvin, you have to probably help me out. As well as coming before the board to decide if we would lift your suspension, continuing with PAPA monitoring. And let me know if I forgot anything, but that's my motion. Yes.
We also like to have an endorsement from PAPA as well. Can we request an endorsement from PAPA?
Well, we could.
They would give us their evaluation at that time.
We could request an update from PAPA.
Also, is it in the consent that we ask that he be present?
Yes, I will
Okay.
add that. Yes. And this is for the October meeting, but there'll be language in there in the event that there's not an October meeting at the next available meeting after October.
I guess if not signed, proceed to hearing.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Dr. Grundy.
Mr. Braswell.
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley.
Aye.
Ms. Spark.
Aye.
Mr. Hogan.
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Roland, for being present. Wish you the best of luck on your continued journey, and we will see you in October. Thank you.
Excellent.
Mr. Corrington.
Thank you, members of the board.
All right, tabs 13 and 14 are vacant. I believe that takes us to 15A.
Madam Chair, I'm recused from this one.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Davis. Medical Center Pharmacy of Wilmington LLC. Do you have anyone present from Medical Center of Wilmington?
Yes, my name is Heather Barkus. I'm the pharmacist in charge for Medical Center Pharmacy.
Welcome, Ms. Barkus. I see that we have Mr. Castaneda that has joined us. If you could give us a brief summary of the application.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. I'm Ben Castaneda, Compliance Officer, Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is a non-resident pharmacy permit application for Medical Center Pharmacy of Wilmington, LLC. Medical Center Pharmacy of Wilmington is owned by Chemistry Holdings, LLC, which also owns Madam RX, Civic Center Pharmacy, and Salomon and Worthing Enterprises, doing business as Clark Professional Pharmacy, which are permitted by the board. On its application, the applicant disclosed discipline for its affiliated businesses, including Civic Center and Madam RX, from other boards and other jurisdictions. The dates of the disclosed discipline range from 2008 to 2022. No discipline was found during substantive review for this entity on the NABP clearinghouse search. The applicant provided his most recent home state inspection and confirmed that any issues documented as unsatisfactory were corrected.
Thank you, Mr. Castaneda. Ms. Barkus, would you like to make any opening statements before we proceed with questions?
No, well, the only statement I'll make is that any disciplinary action for the other pharmacies was prior to the change of ownership.
Thank you. And staff has no remaining concerns on the application.
No, I do not believe so.
Any discussion, or do I have a motion?
I move to approve the application.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Barkus, for being present.
Thank you.
Also for the record, please note Ms. Snare's absence. She took a bio break, I believe. 16A is vacant. We're on to 17A, Neoen Corporation. Is anyone present from Neoen?
Yes, hi, Linda O'Connor, Head of Regulatory.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Ms. Mitchell, if you could give us a brief summary.
The board considered the application for Neoen Corporation at its December 2024 meeting. After review and discussion, the board decided to table the application and allow the executive director to negotiate a consent agreement for civil penalty with the applicant. The applicant agreed to a consent agreement for civil penalty that included a $20,000 civil penalty. The signed consent agreement is included in the board's materials.
Ms. O'Connor, do you have anything you'd like to add for the record?
No, not at this time.
Thank you, board members. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agreement as proposed?
Make a motion to accept the consent agreement as proposed.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
And issue the permit upon payment of the civil penalty?
Correct.
Okay.
Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Mr. Braswell.
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Snare.
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley.
Aye.
Ms. Spark.
Aye.
Mr. Hogan.
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor, for being present. I appreciate your time and attendance.
Thank you.
Item tab 19 is vacant. I'm sorry, 18 is vacant. 19 is Nefron. 19A Nefron.
Is that too loud? Each one of these.
I'm having a hard time hearing your audio.
Could you hear us now?
Yeah, if you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, I'm Lou Kennedy, owner and CEO of Nefron Pharmaceuticals Corporation based in West Columbia, South Carolina.
Welcome, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you.
And I see that we have Mr. Wagner. If you could please give us a brief summary.
I would be happy to. Dennis Wagner, Compliance Officer, Arizona Board of Pharmacy. This was a review of a change of ownership application for a non-resident 503B outsourcer manufacturer permit. The applicant disclosed 2 disciplinary actions on the application, a warning letter issued by the FDA in October of 2022, and an Alabama discipline issued in January of 2024 for observations made by the FDA on the warning letter. There was also a fine of $25,000. During the review, 2 additional undisclosed disciplinary actions were found. A reprimand from Massachusetts issued in August of 2024 for the FDA warning letter, and another reprimand from Colorado issued in January of 2023 for failure to comply with good manufacturing practices. When asked for a most recent home state inspection, we received an inspection report titled Wholesale Distributor Drug Outlet. It should be noted that there are also 2 FDA registrations at this location, one for the 503B outsourcer and one for an NDA, ANDA manufacturer. FDA most recently inspected this facility in September of 2024. FDA issued a Form 483 with 5 observations, including 1 repeat observation. That and the facility response is attached. And then finally, a request to amend the change of ownership application was received in January of 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Ms. Kennedy, is there anything you'd like to address to the board preliminarily, or would you like us to proceed with questions?
Well, I appreciate the, timeline and so forth and all of the mentions in there. One thing I would like to update is, and it is one of those patata comments. It was not a repeat observation. It was a repeat of a category within the FDA. So it's called a repeat citation. And the only reason I bring it up is in the FDA world, a repeat observation is considered a very bad thing. It could set you up for a consent decree. It could set you up for the yellow tape across the door. A repeat citation means that there's something that has been discussed in an overarching category. So in our case, because our entire company is a sterile drug company, both on the generic side, and the gentleman mentioned that we have 2 FEI numbers. That is true. We have sterile generics, and then we also make sterile drugs in our 503B division. We always have issues discussed that all fall under sterile category, which means, you could almost say that every time the FDA comes, these are repeat citations because we're being judged on all the things that 503B writes in sterile. So I don't know why this particular past time CEDAR asked the lead inspector to write repeat citation, but I will tell you that closeout, she took an extra amount of time to explain to me that there was a definite distinction between repeat observation and repeat citation, and for me to make sure I understood that. Again, I think that's patata, but if we're saying that repeat observation is a bad thing, I'd rather have a repeat citation than an observation. And I'm pointing that out only because the investigator did. That's the only thing I would point out.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. It's my understanding that you have actually 3 permits with us. Are they all located at the same physical address?
Yes, in West Columbia. It is, though, a big building, and I do believe that there is one of the warehouses that might have 1-digit difference in an address. But if you were to drive up to the front of it, it all looks like the same big building.
So do you separate the operations?
Only by FEI numbers, and that would, the big separation would be generics versus 503B. But in fact, when the trucks pull up to pick up medication to deliver to the wholesalers or directly to the hospitals, it's the same warehouse, the same people. Trucks come up to the same big bay doors. So it's semantics, but yes, it's one big operation with two FEI numbers.
I'm definitely not the expert here, so I might lean on Dr. Gandhi or Mr. Wagner for follow-up there.
Okay.
Yeah, just a follow-up question. This is Cam Gandhi. Isn't the requirement by the FDA that the 503B part of your operation needs to be kind of compartmentalized or separate from your other business?
No, there is no rule saying that. And the only difference is that we ship directly from us, the user, to directly the license, excuse me, us, the maker, directly to the licensed user. In the case of our generics, of course, you all know they can go to the three major drug wholesalers, the mid-size wholesalers, you know, like a Morris Dixon or Smith Drugs or ANDA. Now, with the 503B products, they must be sent directly from our door to the hospital or surgery clinic door, the actual licensed user. So those are the big, I would say the big separation, but no, we don't have to have two separate facilities. And in fact, we have quality agreements designating that the same chemistry lab does QC testing for both the generic drugs finished dosage as well as the 503B finished dosage. That's an example.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Please.
Yes, so under both your FDA registrations, each one is required to follow CGMP, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And when FDA comes to inspect, do they inspect both at the same time, or do they inspect for one or the other?
They have done it a couple of times where they inspected both at the same time. They've indicated they prefer not to do that. And I will tell you, in 2022, when they sent 6 people to try and do all at the same time, it was very difficult to stay organized for both them and for us because there were so many things happening in one room at the same time. So of recent let's call it the last year, there was a team sent in February-ish of last year that did the inspection on the generic side of the business. And then the 503B was inspected, as you indicated in the opening, around September, let's call it. So spring and then in fall. And they separated it. And I would speculate that they separated because it is quite difficult to do such a big facility all at once.
Dr. Gandhi, given her description of the operations, any concerns from you or the rest of staff?
No, just for the record, though, typically this board doesn't give one particular type of license to a physical location.
Mhm.
This is why we ask for subcategories in this category, because 503B is not necessarily approved by the FDA as a legitimate drug, but they're also doing drugs that are approved by the FDA, right? That's why we have that manufacturer's permit. So even though it's a manufacturer's permit, there's that differentiator of 503B component. So I think that's good. That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you are so right in that we are making the ANDA or generic products under the manufacturing license, but in fact, we manufacture using a different license called our 503B sterile compounding license. So while to the regular Joe that walks through here, it all looks like manufacturing, hence CGMP, it's under a different type of license with the FDA. That is so correct.
Okay, hearing that staff is confident. Dr. Gandhi.
Just a quick question. I'm sorry, I may have missed it, so I apologize if this is a repeat. Who's the oh, now I'm having a little blank spot there. Who is our point of contact when we have to reach out to someone there? Is that yourself?
Well, I'm listed on everything as the owner, meaning the buck stops here, and I am the CEO of our company, but we do have subject matter experts that are listed. For example, the person who handles all of licensing and regulatory, you'll see her name. Her name is Bernadette Peters, and then you'll see, excuse me, Bernadette Peters is an actress. Sorry, Bernadette Henry. And then you'll also see in other cases, for example, our chief scientific officer might be mentioned for, let's say, as to sign off on some sort of a quality document. Her name is Dr. Ashley Doherty. So I use my name because I've been around the longest and I'm the owner and the buck does stop here, but I'm not the subject matter expert on all things scientific. My husband's the pharmacist. I am not.
So I'm sorry, it's the designated rep. I was blanking on that. So are you the designated representative?
Yes, yes.
Are you?
Yes, I answered that too, Link.
Facility at least 40 hours a week?
I wish. No, I'm here much more than that. But yes, minimum of 40. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
All right, given that we have resolved what were, I think, the staff's concern, do I have a motion on the application?
I believe, yeah, I do have a motion. I move to approve the application, but I believe we still need to address the fail to disclose to disciplinary action, which is, I make a different motion for this. Okay?
You can do it together.
And okay, so I move to approve the application or the renewal upon paying $500 total for failure to disclose to disciplinary action.
Is that a
No,
non-disciplinary?
It's non-disciplinary, yes.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy, for being present today.
Thank you so much. It looks beautiful and sunny there. And thank you for your time and have a nice rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tabs 20, 21, and 22 are vacant. That brings us, I'm sorry? 22. That brings us to 22. 22C, Andrew Bechtel. Welcome, Mr. Bechtel. If you could unmute yourself and introduce yourself for the board.
Of course. My name is Andrew Bechtel. I'm a pharmacy technician.
Welcome. Ms. Mitchell, if you could give us a brief summary of the case.
Of course. Andrew Bechtel was first licensed as a pharmacy technician on December 6, 2022. He applied for the renewal of his license on October 25th, 2024. On May 15th, 2023, the board office received a notice from the Department of Public Safety indicating that Mr. Bechtel's fingerprint clearance card had been suspended. The notice indicated that he was arrested and/or fingerprinted for felony making terroristic threat on or about March 14th, 2023. Staff searched the public access websites, but could not find any record of charges filed against Mr. Bechtel. In October 2024, Mr. Bechtel submitted his license renewal application. Regulatory question number 12 on the technician license renewal application asked, in part, since you last renewed this license, have you been arrested for, charged with, pled guilty or no contest to, or been convicted of a felony or misdemeanor offense? Mr. Bechtel answered no to that question. On October 30th, 2024, staff asked Mr. Bechtel to explain the suspension of his fingerprint clearance card. Mr. Bechtel stated there was a miscommunication and I was arrested, but the charges were dropped because it was just a mistake. On October 31st, 2024, Mr. Bechtel provided a brief summary of his arrest. In his explanation, he stated that he was upset with the bus system for being late and called their helpline. He indicated that during the call, he stated, "Someone is going to blow up the bus if you keep treating customers this way." And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Mr. Bechtel, would you like to start with any statement to the board?
I'm glad that I'm here to give you guys an opportunity to hear my side of what had happened and discuss all of the incidents that, everything around the incident.
Can you tell us about what happened, just in your words?
What specifically would you like to know? About the arrest specifically or about the application?
The phone call?
In regards to that, on March 13th, I was attempting to get to work. I had just recently started working at Walmart, and this was, I think, the third time that I was going to end up being late because of the bus system. I was very worried that with this being the first month of my employment, that they were not going to want to continue and that they would voluntarily end my employment there. This caused me to be very upset and very worried for my financial stability and my life in general. So I said some things that I should not have said over the phone to the Valley Metro.
Do you have a history of calling 911?
Technically, yes. When I was living at the place that I was living at, I had an issue with my roommates. They were constantly making loud noise. I had to call the cops multiple times on them for sound issues, but I have not had any interactions with the police for things that I have done in the past myself. I don't have a police record at all.
Mr. Bechtel, could you explain why you answered no to that question when the first question is, since you last renewed, have you been arrested?
Yes, I was unable to get legal counsel because the charges were dropped before I even went to court. So the only counsel that I got was from a clerk of the court, and they told me that I would not need to report this arrest because it was being completely dismissed and it was sealed up. That is why I did not report it to you guys at the time. I apologize for that.
What's the status of your fingerprint clearance card today?
As of right now, I checked before I left my house. It should be reactive.
What will you do different in the future?
Definitely try to be more transparent and have more accountability for myself. I did not realize that I was inadvertently deceiving you guys. I thought I was doing the thing that I was told to by the clerk, and I thought that was the correct thing. I now understand that it is my fault, and I should have gone and checked the pharmacy regulations, and that is something that I did not do, and something that I have corrected myself, and I have even an alarm in my phone to double check every year or so.
Board members' thoughts or discussion? I'm personally comfortable other than the
I am
failure to
too.
disclose.
Yeah, I'll make a motion
don't-
for a $250 civil penalty, non-disciplinary for failure to disclose.
And approve
Oh, and approve
his renewal.
upon payment.
I second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you for being present today.
Thank you, board, very much.
Item 22D, Safe Chain Solutions. Is anyone present from Safe Chain?
Hi. Oh, sorry. Oh, is it working? Thank you.
If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, my name is Dakota Flowers, and I am the current compliance manager for Safe Chain Solutions.
Welcome, Ms. Flowers. Ms. Mitchell, if you could give us a brief summary.
Safe Chain Solutions LLC DBA SC Wholesale was first permitted as a full-service wholesaler on May 8th, 2019. The business applied for renewal of their permit on November 11th, 2024. On their renewal application, the permit holder disclosed that the owners of Safe Chain Solutions were recently indicted in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Florida on charges relating to counterfeit HIV drugs.
Ms. Flowers, is there anything you'd like to add before we proceed with questions?
No, ma'am.
So, Ms. Galvin, I guess question for you. It doesn't appear that these charges have been adjudicated at this point, so they're just allegations.
That's correct. You may want to ask her for an update that we probably aren't privy to the latest information.
Thank you. Ms. Flowers, has there been any update with the allegations from the district court?
No, ma'am. Everything is still pending and I'm not even privy to that information as of now.
There's no date or anything for trial here?
I believe the original date was May, but there was an extension filed, I believe, by both parties. So it should be scheduled for August. I'm just unsure of the actual date.
Ms. Flowers, are Charles and Patrick Boyd involved in the day-to-day operations at
No, ma'am, they are not. When we were informed about this, they removed themselves. So they are still owners, but they are not involved in any day-to-day activities for Safe Chain.
Given the fact that these are still just charges and allegations, I'm not comfortable with fully approving this. I think we need to table the application, but allow them to continue to operate and have them report back. I don't know the best way to formulate that as a motion, Ms. Galvin, but I'd like to understand if these charges are proved or not proven. They're pretty significant, and I have serious concerns that these could that the actions could impact Arizonans.
Totally agree, Ms. Walmsley. I wish we could take action. Just the indictment and evidence that I've seen is sufficient for me to want to protect Arizonans from this company. But considering it's still pending, I don't think we have that ability today. The evidence that I've seen is very, very concerning.
And that evidence is set forth in the indictment. And those are allegations that have yet to be proven. Under 41 to 92.11, this entity has submitted a timely application for renewal and it is complete. And they are permitted, they are allowed to continue to practice until the board takes final action on that application. So under that statute, they can continue to operate. You could set this, take no action at this time, table it, and perhaps set it, for another meeting or perhaps over the summer for an update and to review. And in the interim, order the permit holder to provide a written update to the staff should there be any new developments.
Sounds like a perfect motion to me.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
There's no
Microphone.
You push your.
So this pharmacy could send medications to our state currently because they have an open permit.
They
And
have an
there's-
open. They have an open permit. They had an open permit in 2021 when this allegedly occurred.
And we have no, this board has no method to prevent that.
We don't have proof that anything occurred at this time, just allegations.
If I may, Madam
Very
Chair.
significant allegation.
So
If I'm
Dr. Gandhi, go ahead. I'm gonna let Dr. Gandhi respond, and then I'll come back to you, Ms. Flowers.
So Ms. Flowers, has it been proven that these HIV drugs were counterfeit?
I am unsure. It was, since it's still ongoing between, the state of Florida and the owners, I don't have definitive proof of anything right now.
But didn't Gilead, sue civilly your company?
Yes, and it was settled with both parties settling that there was no, I don't want to use the wrong words. I don't know how to say it. They settled with nobody admitting guilt on either behalf of the Gilead or Safe Chain.
Follow-up question, Madam Chair, is were any of those products shipped into Arizona?
I can provide a definitive list, but I believe we had one Arizona pharmacy that was receiving these products.
That may be worth exploring, whether that product was dispensed or not.
And since 2002, I believe, or at the earliest, the beginning of 2003, we stopped all distribution. So any of the products that are discussed in that case, we no longer provide and will never dispense.
So are you still shipping into Arizona at all?
I can certainly look real quick, but I don't actually know off the top of my head.
Madam Chair, if it was that dated from 2002, I don't think we're going to find any information on there. I think record keeping is 7 years.
I'm wondering if she meant 2022.
Did you mean 2022?
For
the medication being shipped into Arizona?
Yes, it was either 2021 or 2022 when we stopped all distribution of Gilead products.
So another question is, is there another company that was also allegations of distributing counterfeit drugs?
Maybe. I believe it all stemmed, or they might be mentioned in this indictment as well. Several other pharmacies, wholesalers, and different companies. I'm unsure.
Do you know if Mr. and Mrs. Boyd own another Safe Chain Solutions you're located in St. George, Utah, correct? I think there's also one in Maryland.
Yeah, so this is for me. Yeah, Safe Chain Solutions owns Maryland and a facility in Utah.
So, Madam Chair, if there's no activity right now and these are serious allegations which haven't concluded to a conviction, I guess that's the question, you think they would, I should ask her, would they consider an interim consent agreement for voluntary suspension until this matter resolves? If they're not doing business in Arizona, it shouldn't make a difference.
Yeah, Ms. Flowers, are you shipping into Arizona? Did you find out?
1 second.
Now, the only reason I think that way is it would be good faith for this company to enter into that with us, just to ensure that everything works out at the end.
Oh, is she authorized to make that decision?
I am not, but I can certainly, if I do have it in writing, I can certainly get it to the right person.
I will feel more comfortable with this. I don't know if we can delegate this to the board staff to reach out to the person who can make the decision.
We can draft the interim consent agreement for voluntary suspension, and then she will forward it to the
Yeah.
correct
Okay.
entity. Or
That would be the
individual.
best solution.
But we've got a motion on the floor, so I'll withdraw my motion.
Second withdrawn.
I think, Ms. Flowers, the question about your sister company having similar allegations, were you able to confirm that happened or not?
It's the same thing with Safe Chain as it is with Safe Chain or SD Wholesale.
Has there been any disciplinary action taken against Safe Chain by any other jurisdiction subsequent to the indictment?
For Safe Chain for the Maryland location, I'm sorry.
Either one in either location.
Just for Maryland.
And what happened to that permit?
So our Maryland location, the Maryland Board of Pharmacy came in and issued us a disciplinary action in the form of a fine. as well as informing us to be compliant with DSCSA, which prior to them coming in, we had already signed up with a company called LSpedia, who's going to be controlling all of our DSCSA aspects. So your FCIS, all your serialization will be going through this company, and they were agreeable to that, as well as the Nevada Board of Pharmacy came, I believe, yes, for Maryland, just Maryland for Safe Chain Solutions, and that was a fine and an inspection, and they have placed the Maryland location on probation.
Madam Chair, we also have record that Nevada took issue and has a consent agreement with the Maryland location.
But we don't have a.
That's
current-
not on our agenda.
Currently, we don't
No,
have.
but just because we asked the question.
So alternative thoughts on where we want to go? Offer an interim consent for
But
suspension
actually,
pending the outcome of the federal case.
correct.
Is that an appropriate motion, Ms. Galvin?
Yes, it is.
And my motion.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald, Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you, Ms. Flowers, for being present.
Madam Chair, regarding what we just learned, should we be opening a complaint against the Maryland permit?
Mr. Chair, we're already working on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
Yes,
right.
notified the board when that happened, as well as Nevada.
Thank you. The board staff will be in communication with you and will provide you the interim consent agreement for suspension, and you can run that through whatever levels of approvals.
Yes, ma'am.
That takes us to 22E, Rayanne Huff. Is Ms. Huff present?
Yes, I am.
Good morning. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, okay, I am present, but it's over the video thing. My
you.
name, my name is Rayanne Huff. I am a certified, well, trying to renew my certification for a pharmacy technician.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, if you could give us a brief summary.
Good morning, Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Rayanne Huff was issued an Arizona Pharmacy Technician license on April 15th, 2015. Her license expired on October 24th, 2024. The license status is currently closed, did not renew. On or about January 14th, 2025, Ms. Huff applied for renewal of her license and disclosed a DUI charge from January 2024. Upon review of the disclosure, staff discovered that Ms. Huff was charged with a second DUI in June 2024, which she did not disclose. Staff contacted Ms. Huff and requested written explanations, police reports, and court records related to both DUI charges. Ms. Huff provided the requested documentation to staff on March 3rd, 2025. According to the documentation, on or about January 28th, 2024, officers from the Lake Havasu Police Department responded to a vehicle collision involving Ms. Huff, where the officers observed her to be under the influence of alcohol. On or about April 18th, 2024, she pled guilty and was convicted of DUI extreme blood alcohol content 2.20 or more. With respect to the second DUI, Ms. Huff was arrested on June 15th, 2024 by the Lake Havasu Police Department for aggravated DUI with a suspended license and hit and run after she was involved in a parking lot crash and left the scene without providing information. Breath test results showed readings of 0.364 and 0.367. On or about February 20th, 2025, she pled guilty to aggravated driving with an alcohol concentration of 0.20 or more, a Class 4 felony. The police reports and court records are included in the board's files for review and consideration, along with her renewal application.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Huff, is there anything you'd like to add before we proceed with questions?
The only thing I wanted to add is the only reason I didn't right away at first add in the second DUI is because it was still in process, I guess you would say. So I hadn't been convicted yet. So that's the only reason that wasn't included in like when I was trying to renew at very first. But then of course once the conviction and everything happened, I did get all the information submitted in.
Thank you. Board members, questions or discussion?
So her license is expired already, right?
The status is closed, did
Just
not
here
renew.
for renewal.
I'm concerned about the BACs being so high.
And the 2 DUIs.
I mean,
less than a year.
Yeah, I would be in favor of a substance use evaluation. Did she actually disclose it just wasn't timely? Is that correct?
She disclosed the DUI upon renewal, and when staff checked public access, they saw another DUI and requested more information.
So since she doesn't have an active license, this would be a board order.
So she does have
An
an app.
she's an application, but not a license.
Correct. But you do have jurisdiction because she submitted the application. So it would be an interim order for an SUE. And fitness for duty.
And is it okay if I add something to that? I apologize.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I also just wanted to put out there that as far as like substance abuse and stuff like that goes, I am on supervised probation and on random UAs and whatnot. I haven't failed any of those. And I am attending a class thing for it and all that kind of stuff, but I haven't had any UAs come up or anything of that sort. But I am being, I guess you could say, monitored and doing all the steps that I have to do for the offense.
Thank you, Ms. Huff. The staff will be in communication if this is the direction that we go, but what we're asking for is a medical evaluation that says where you're at with your substance use disorder, if you have one, if you don't have one, and then if you're safe to practice, because ultimately that's what our concern is here as a board, is if you're safe to provide care to the citizens of Arizona. Those results would come back to us if that's the direction that we go, and we'll make a decision on your license at that point in time.
Yes, ma'am.
Do I have any further discussion or do I have a motion?
I have a question for Ms. Galvin. Since there is an application, it's just an application at this point and the license is expired, could we approve the renewal application and immediately place on suspension?
Can we table it? Table it.
Or what's the best pathway to do what we want to do with the substance use evaluation?
So I would recommend tabling the application. I would not recommend that you approve it and then immediately put it on suspension because we don't have enough data. We don't have a current evaluation to tell us if there is a concern. So tabling the application would be most appropriate and then issuing the order.
And we won't be issued with a time frame for like.
Typically, once the order gets out, she has, 10 days or so to tell us who the evaluation is going to be conducted by, 30 days to have the evaluation, and then another 30 days to get the report to us. And she is not licensed at the present time.
I'll make a motion for a substance use evaluation.
And fitness for duty.
And fitness for duty.
And to table the application.
And table the application.
Should we make that dependent on payment of a non-civil or a non-disciplinary civil penalty for failure to disclose, or should we include that at all?
I would address that once we get the evaluation back and decide what we're going to do.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'm sorry. Does it get sent over to me? Like, is there like a specific counselor or somebody
The staff will be in communication with you if this motion passes, and they can give you further information.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Roll call on this one, Dr. Gandhi, or is this a voice vote since it's in order?
Just voice vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Ms. Huff, thanks for being present. The staff will be in contact with you.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Do we want to go ahead and take any of the license and registration, the applications requiring board review? We probably have time for maybe one or two before lunch. Okay, let's go to 23A. Francis Edward Burns. Is Mr. Burns present?
I believe Mr. Burns indicated that he had a family.
Oh, that was the one
issue.
with the family issue. Okay. So we have a request from Mr. Burns to table this due to a urgent medical situation today. So I will allow that, and we will move on to 23B. Erica Winsell. Welcome. If you could please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Erica Wenzel. I'm currently a pharmacy technician trainee.
Welcome. Who from the staff is going to go over this?
Christina Castro, licensing administrator.
Welcome.
Hello. All right. Erica Wenzel applied for an Arizona pharmacy technician license on December 22nd, 2024. She disclosed disciplinary action taken against her Arizona registered nursing license, which she held from September 4th, 2014 to November 13th, 2017. Ms. Wenzel currently holds a pharmacy technician trainee registration, which expires on January 31st, 2027. Ms. Wenzel's nursing license was revoked on November 13, 2017, after she failed to comply with multiple different nursing board orders regarding her use of illegal substances.
Thank you. Ms. Wenzel, would you like to make a brief statement before we proceed with questions?
Yeah, absolutely. So at the time of the consent agreement with the Arizona Board of Nursing, it was obviously in the midst of substance use disorder. Choices that led me there are some of my deepest regrets, and I take full responsibility for them. I understand the seriousness of my actions and am profoundly remorseful for the potential danger I could have put others in and the way my actions reflected on the medical profession as a whole. Since that time, I've worked diligently to pursue and maintain my recovery. This has included inpatient rehabilitation, participation in a 12-step program, individual.
You don't have to disclose that type of information on the record, personal health information. If you want to go into detail, or of course, if the board has questions, we can go into executive session.
Okay, so I'll just sum it up by saying I've pursued treatment that has been very helpful. And this June, I will have been clean for 3 years. Working as a pharmacy technician technician trainee has been very rewarding for me. And I take that responsibility seriously. So I'm happy to do whatever the board requests of me or answer any questions you have. Thank you.
My question, so are you planning?
Keep in mind, HIPAA, Joe.
Yeah. Are you planning to reapply for nursing board to?
Yes, at some point I am.
What sort of practice setting have you been working in as a technician trainee?
Retail.
So I just want to put on the record that I'm just deeply concerned that our pharmacy technician trainee application process, whether due to a legislative constraints or board rules, failed to flag Ms. Wenzel's history of substance abuse and revocation for a nursing license. The fact that she has held and continues to hold a clear trainee registration since January 2024 highlights a serious deficiency in our screening process. And that we're hearing this now while she has a trainee registration and is now seeking full licensure. And this is very, very troubling for me as a board member, looking out for citizens of Arizona. I'm very pleased to hear that you are 3 years sober and you're actively working a program, but this board needs assurances from approved monitoring programs to even consider allowing you to transition into a full technician. I do have to ask a question, Ms. Wenzel. The Can Do program, were you dismissed from the Can Do program? Or are you still involved in the Can Do program?
No, at the time I was not compliant with the Can Do orders. So at that point, my nursing license was suspended for 5 years.
And was later revoked.
At the time they suspended it, I guess they called it revocation, or it was revoked for 5 years. I guess that would be clearer to say.
But then the non-compliance with the treatment program ultimately led to your ultimate revocation of the nursing license.
Yes.
I believe what she's getting at is that there is a revocation. Her license was revoked and she cannot reapply for 5 years under their statute.
I just want to comment on what Mr. Anderson said. I agree. Trying to fill a position and disregarding safety, it's not a trade-off that we should be okay with. I agree completely.
Yeah, if I may address that, Madam Chair, is the statute, when it moved from technician trainee license to registration, all the background checks that we were able to do at that prior, it was taken away from our authority. So these technician trainee registrations, they just have to be 18, lawfully present in this country, and an application. So that's our statutory obligation.
I think something needs to be done. I don't know what we can do in rule, but and I don't know if this is necessarily the forum for it. It probably isn't, but I think we are all recognize that this is a major concern for public safety.
Would an option be to table her application and to open a complaint on her trainee license, offering an order to undergo a substance use evaluation just so that we can ensure that she's safe to practice? I'm glad to hear that she's in recovery and doing well, but I think it's our obligation to make sure that that's really the case before we proceed.
So you can issue an interim order to have her undergo an evaluation, table the application for the technician, but you don't need to open a complaint on the trainee.
Okay, so we would just table it and offer an order.
Issue an order, yes.
Okay. I'll
That's
make
my
that my
motion.
motion.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? So we will table her application, so she'll retain her trainee license because it's already been issued. Offer an interim order for a substance use evaluation with fitness for duty component. That order will come back to us, and then we can make a decision on her technician license.
So Ms. Wenzel, does your current employer know about your recovery?
Yes, they've known since the time of my application, and actually my old supervisor is here with me.
There's a letter in here from her employer too. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you for being here. We look forward to the results of your evaluation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Chairman, Mr. Anderson, you may want to add a topic to a future agenda. It would require legislative change if you wanted to kind of address or readdress what the board is able to statutorily require an applicant for trainee to disclose.
You can take that up later.
Already noted, Gene.
Okay.
We'll make it happen.
I think let's take a break for lunch. We'll recess for lunch, come back at 1 o'clock. All right, welcome back, everybody. We'll call the meeting back to order. Dr. Gandhi, if you could do roll call, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know, I'm gonna have to get you one. Yeah. Mr. Braswell,
Here.
Mr. Thorwald,
I'm not here.
Miss Nair,
Here.
Miss Davis,
Here.
Miss Walmsley,
Present.
Miss Spark,
Here.
Mr. Hogan,
Present.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Here.
Mr. Anderson.
Here.
All accounted for, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Welcome back to the meeting. For those of you that have joined us that were not here this morning, if you are interested in CE, if you can sign in at the back table, you will receive CE credits for this afternoon. You didn't have to be in attendance for the morning. You are eligible for credits this afternoon. They are non-ACPE accredited. So if you're here from another state, it won't help you. But if you're here from Arizona, it will. Let's move to item 23C, Sharp Barnes. Is Mr. Barnes present? Jake? Yes, it is. I'm sorry, Miss Barnes. Is Miss Barnes present? All right, let's have staff go ahead and provide a summary.
Good afternoon, board members. Alexandra Favela, licensing administrator. On September 2nd, 2024, Sharp Barnes submitted a pharmacy technician application. Ms. Barnes failed to disclose 3 misdemeanor charges. Ms. Barnes holds a pharmacy technician training registration, which expires on August 31st, 2026. Ms. Barnes was arrested on or about August 31st, 2022 for 1 count of disorderly conduct fighting, 1 count of assault with intent to knowingly cause injury, and 1 count of criminal damage. Police reports indicate that Ms. Barnes was involved in multiple physical altercations with her wife, which led to the charges filed against her. All 3 charges were dismissed.
Thank you, Ms. Favela. Staff, can you confirm if Ms. Barnes is present or not online?
I don't see her, Madam Chair.
I personally don't know if we need to hear from her. It would be helpful to know why she didn't disclose the charges, but I think we could probably address this with our typical process with a non-disciplinary order, non-disciplinary fine.
I agree.
I agree.
I'm willing to make a motion to order a non-disciplinary civil penalty of $250 for failing to disclose arrest and then approve the application upon payment.
There were 3 non-disclosures, so.
3 charges, 1 incident, or like 3 different.
So is it 1 chart?
1 incident, 3 charges.
One
I believe
incident,
so.
3
There were
charges.
multiple incidences, but there was only 1 arrest.
Okay.
Last one. Okay.
And then upon payment, approve the license.
Approve the application.
I
All right.
second.
Any discussion?
Correct.
One $250 non-disciplinary civil penalty. Can't talk after lunch. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. 23D, Joseph David Cornne. Is Mr. Cornne present?
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Cornne. I became a certified pharmacy technician in the month of January 2025.
Thank you. Staff, would you like to go ahead and give us a summary of the case?
Good afternoon, board staff. My name is Jennifer Mamoni. I'm with the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy, and I'm a licensing administrator. Joseph David Cornne held an Arizona Pharmacy Technician Trainee License from December 20th, 2021 to December 31st, 2024. He applied for his pharmacy technician license on December 31st, 2024. His application disclosed 2 extreme DUI arrests, which occurred within 6 months of each other. Mr. Cornne pled guilty to driving or actual physical control while under the extreme influence of intoxicating liquor, a Class 1 misdemeanor with 1 prior DUI conviction within 84 months. Mr. Cornegay was ordered to complete alcohol drug screening counseling and/or education treatment and provide proof of completion within 120 days of the order. Additionally, Mr. Cornegay was ordered to participate in a continuous alcohol monitoring program for a period of 96 days, commencing on December 16th, 2024. Mr. Cornegay provided documentation indicating that he is currently in compliance with the requirements of his sentence. He comes before you today for consideration of his pharmacy technician license application.
Thank you, Ms. Maloney. Mr. Cornegay, would you like to provide an opening statement before we proceed with questions?
Yes. So in addition to that, I have provided documentation as well of all court-ordered treatment for the first case. I also provided an updated schedule regarding the education, counseling, and treatment to the as it relates to the second incident as well. So that's additional documentation I'd like to be considered as well.
Thank you. I believe we have that in the book. Board members, questions for Mr. Cornegay or discussion?
Ms. Mamoni, is his technician trainee registration still valid?
I'm sorry. His pharmacy technician trainee license it expired on December 31st, 2024. I apologize.
So he currently has no license to practice in Arizona. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cornegay, is there any way you can turn your camera on?
Okay, I believe it should be on.
Yep, we can. Thank you.
Yes, we can see you now. Thank you.
Okay, no problem.
So I think this sounds quite similar to what we just recently went through, and I think what we did with the interim order for substance use evaluation with fitness for duty component sounds reasonable.
And table the application until we have that.
Yes. And I'll be happy to make that my motion if there's no other discussion.
And I will second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Cornegay, for being present. The staff will be in contact with you with an order.
Understood. Thank you.
23E, Sheila Carter.
Here.
Ms. Carter, if you could please introduce yourself.
Yes, Shalia Carter.
Staff, would you like to give us a brief summary, please?
Yes, Christina Castro, licensing administrator. Shelia Carter applied for an Arizona pharmacy technician license on January 28, 2025. She disclosed 3 criminal arrests on her application. Ms. Carter was arrested in 1992 for obstruction of an officer, in 1998 for 2 counts of obtaining property with a worthless check, and in 2015 on multiple charges. Documentation for the arrest in 1992 and 1998 were unavailable due to records retention period having lapsed. On February 23rd, 2015, Ms. Carter was involved in a traffic accident when police arrived. When police officers searched her vehicle, they found an unlabeled pill bottle filled with 4 different types of medications weighing a total of 39 grams. Ms. Carter was charged with driving under the influence, refusal to submit DUI test, DUI property damage, failure to use due care, 4 counts of possession of a controlled substance without prescription, 1 count for each pill type, and trafficking hydrocodone. She pleaded guilty to attempting to traffic hydrocodone and DUI property damage injury. She was sentenced to drug offender probation for 7 years, which included random drug testing, 50 hours of community service, undergoing a drug and alcohol evaluation, and successfully completing a minimum of 90 days inpatient drug treatment program. Ms. Carter's probation was terminated early in November on November 19, 2019.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. Ms. Carter, would you like to make a brief opening statement before we proceed with questions?
Go ahead with questions.
Can you turn on your camera for us?
Yes.
That's perfect. Thank you. Board members?
Is she a pharmacy technician trainee in our state? No, not the application. It is.
No, she is not. This was her only application that she's had with this board.
Okay, she's not licensed.
Ms. Carter, why are you looking to get a pharmacy technician license?
Well, I would like to have the license because I'm currently working at the CMOP, which is contracted for the federal government as a pharmacy technician. And it opens up more career opportunities for me to actually have the license in Arizona. So that's why I'm seeking.
So currently you maintain national certification through PTCB or as a certified pharmacy tech?
Yes.
And do you reside in Arizona?
I do. I just moved here 2 years ago from Florida. I had the fortunate opportunity to live in a family's house. So I am a resident now.
Were you working as a technician in Florida?
No, never have.
So the only pharmacy tech position you have worked is at CMOP, like federal facility, right?
Yes, that is true.
Not licensed as a pharmacy tech in other states, are you?
No, not at all.
I know it's been quite some time, but can you talk to us more about these charges that happened with the drug-related charges?
Yes. Unfortunately, I'm very embarrassed about the entire situation. Nothing like this has ever happened before then or since after. And all the charges were dropped. I do not traffic. I never have. I did have a car accident to where my C4 through C7 was fused. And I was given prescriptions for muscle relaxants, hydrocodone, somas, and those were the 4 meds that they had. That was actually, they had me for possession with. So they dropped those because I did actually have a prescription. I wasn't trafficking anything. I think they just combined the pills, and because of the amount that I had in a bottle with me, and I was under the influence of my prescribed medications. I was, unfortunately, and I did get into a car accident. I was the only one that was hurt or went to the hospital. So it was something that I sought treatment for, that I got treatment for, and the bottom line, I was addicted to the prescribed meds.
Ma'am, excuse me, this is Jean Galvin, the board's attorney. Please don't feel obligated to discuss personal health information on the record. If you want to convey that information and believe it's important for the board to hear, then we can go into executive session.
Okay, all right. Well, for the most part, I did the things that was required of me. Nothing has happened like that since then. So, and that's been over 10 years ago.
So the medications that you were arrested with that led to these charges, were they prescribed for you?
Yes, they were. They were. I believe one was a Tic Tac also. So
were they in labeled bottles?
No, and that's unfortunate for me. What I did, I put all my prescriptions in one bottle, and that's why they had 4 different pills. But I put them all in one bottle, and they dropped the charges because I had the
Because
prescriptions.
they were able to validate that you had
Right,
real
right.
prescriptions for the substances.
Yes, yes, yes. But they kept the attempted trafficking. I have no idea why they thought that I would traffic. But I told them that I was just addicted to them. These are mine. But the judge was so fortunate enough to see that I didn't have a record or anything like that. So he let me do treatment or, what have you. And I think you guys have the rest.
I just like to clarify, I'm sorry. So you mentioned like you've been addicted. So you repeated that like a few times. Please don't share information like medical.
I apologize. Okay.
But let's go back to this. Like, how are you doing now? I mean, like since 2015 till now, what has changed?
I haven't had any substance or anything since then, over 10 years. So I'm doing very well.
State of sobriety.
Right.
How long have you been sober?
Since 2017, but that was over 10 years ago. I even stopped with the alcohol, which wasn't the problem. But since 2017.
I think we need to get into executive session and ask some questions. So I'd like to move that we move into executive session for discussion about potential private health information and potential legal advice, please.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, let's do legal. Let's do her first and then legal advice. Ms. Carter, you will get a pop-up to enter a private meeting room. We're going to move into the other room and physically here so that we can have a private conversation with you without the audience hearing. So if you could accept that, and then we will be with you in just a second, okay?
Okay. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
I apologize. I'm still trying to go on my phone, but I'm on my computer, but I switched to my phone.
You're good.
Do you-
Thank you.
Okay.
Board members, discussion or additional questions for Ms. Carter now that we're back in open session?
I don't have any questions, but I'm ready to make a motion. Thank you for answering our questions. And I believe that my motion would be for a substance use evaluation and to table the application. Is that appropriate in this case?
Yes, it is. A substance use evaluation with the fitness for duty and table the application until the results are returned.
Is that your motion?
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
If the evaluator comes back with, that she's fit for duty, no concerns, can we direct staff now so that we don't have to see Ms. Carter again? To approve the application at that point based on the evaluator, or do we want to see her back?
If that's doable, that would be better.
Or delegate it to?
We delegate.
Based on our comfort zone.
No.
I think that's
That's good.
if we're comfortable doing that. If there's something that comes back that's a recommendation and we
I'm
feel
hearing
uncomfortable.
I'm hearing that it's not a good idea.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's an easier way to put it. But I think the other part is if she doesn't comply with the order, do we deny the application?
And generally she'll have 35 days to sign this.
She will have usually this is an order, so there's nothing to sign, but she'll have about 10 days to tell the staff who it's going to be with. The evaluation will be within like 30, the report will be within 30 of that.
So motion stands, an order for a substance use evaluation with a fitness for duty component. Table the application until the results are brought forth.
And if not complying with the order, then deny the application.
Then deny the application.
Do we need to? It's already tabled. Or is that just close the loop?
Then it won't have to come back before us if she doesn't.
Okay, so if not signed, deny.
No, if not completed.
If not completed.
I modify my second.
Everybody clear? All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, no, we need a roll call because of potential denial, right?
Potential denial,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just kidding.
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Carter, the staff will be in communication with you with the order. Appreciate you being with us today.
Okay.
Next up is Christina Marie Peterson. 23F.
I'm here.
Good afternoon. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Christina Marie Pedersen.
Thank you, Ms. Pedersen. Staff, if you could give us a brief summary.
Good afternoon, Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Christina Pedersen applied for a pharmacy technician license on June 22nd, 2024. She disclosed 2 criminal charges on her application, a 2022 domestic violence charge and a 2023 DUI. While reviewing the court documentation for her disclosures, board staff discovered an additional DUI from 2014 that she failed to disclose. On or about September 12th, 2024, staff contacted Ms. Pedersen and requested an explanation as to why she did not disclose the 2014 DUI on her application. Ms. Pedersen responded on the same day and indicated that she did not list her DUI from 2014 as it was from over 10 years ago, and she understood the application asked for disclosures within 5 years. Documentation related to her criminal charges raised concerns about Ms. Pedersen's ability to safely practice as a pharmacy technician and are enclosed in the board's files for review. The board considered Ms. Pedersen's application during the December 2024 board meeting and voted to table the application and issue Ms. Pedersen an interim order for substance use evaluation with fitness for duty component, which was executed on December 27, 2024. Ms. Pedersen complied with the order and underwent an evaluation on January 22, 2025. The results of the evaluation are included in the board's files for consideration. This matter is back before the board to consider her application for a pharmacy technician license and the results of her board-ordered evaluation.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Pedersen, is there anything you'd like to add before we proceed with questions?
No, basically everything that was stated is completely true. I did undergo a substance abuse evaluation. There were recommendations that were made that I have been doing for the last 15 months. And then because I am pregnant right now, some of the suggestions listed in the evaluation I cannot do until after I deliver. So that's my say.
Board members, questions?
Ms. Pedersen, you are from New Mexico, right? Were you ever licensed as a pharmacy technician in any other state?
No, ma'am.
How would we verify that she would be compliant with the plan recommended by the evaluator?
I was wondering the same thing, Dr. Davis. We're used to having a monitoring program that we work with that is kind of an intermediary that we're used to how that works.
I would be in favor of working with the monitoring program to mirror the recommendations of the evaluator, but I think we need to have a monitoring program in place.
I believe our monitoring program has been remote before, so I would think they would be able to handle that. Is Ryan still here?
No. Where our monitoring program has worked with someone local to kind of act in their stead.
Ms. Pedersen, you're still in New Mexico or have you relocated to Arizona?
No, I moved to Arizona last year, so I live here now.
So would it be to offer a consent agreement for a modified PAPA contract? Is that how it would be worded?
A modified monitoring contract?
Yeah, that ensured that she complied with the recommendations of the evaluator.
And that's in the framework of a probation, right?
Yes, it would be.
Have you worked as a pharmacy technician outside of state of Arizona?
Yes, I've been a pharmacy technician since 2017 in the state of New Mexico, but I stopped working when I moved here.
So I might misunderstood, but you said you're not pharmacy tech, right? Like you never had a license as a pharmacy tech in New Mexico. So
No. She asked, I thought she said any other state besides New Mexico. I've only been a pharmacy tech in New Mexico.
okay. So you are a pharmacy technician in New Mexico, right?
Correct.
And you're licensed there in a good standing?
Yes.
And I think I may have asked this question when you appeared before us the first time, but did you disclose these DUIs to the New Mexico Board of Pharmacy?
So in 2018, when I first got licensed as a technician there, I did disclose. However, I did not disclose the previous 2 convictions due to the fact that I was not working. So the last time that I worked as a pharmacy technician in New Mexico was in 2023. Since then, I have not worked. I moved to Arizona in 2024, so there was no reason for me to work. And then also because I am on probation from the incidences, I had to go to do like the treatment obligations, so I couldn't work.
So
So-
these most recent charges happened after you stopped working as a technician in New Mexico?
They happened and I wasn't working. Yeah. I
Did you still hold
completely,
a license there?
I did not renew my license to my knowledge. So I have my PTCB that's still active. But I mean, there's no point of me trying to work in New Mexico. I don't live there anymore.
Dr. Davis, I liked where you were going.
I just like I'm trying to so it is like our concern about charges, right? Like 2 DUI, correct? And usually in these cases, we do a drug screening and evaluation and fit for duty, right? So what is the difference here? Why we gonna?
She did that.
She did it and they're recommended monitoring.
And yeah, and then they want a monitor, right? And so we just assign her to PAPA program or to?
Yeah.
And that's all we agreed to. Okay, go for it.
So I guess I could make a motion to offer a consent agreement with a modified PAPA program with recommendations to align with the the evaluator and her license on probation for the duration of the PAPA contract, which the evaluator, I think, said was 2 years is what they
2 years,
recommended.
said, yeah.
I will second that motion.
What about application? You approve it upon, yeah.
But yeah, upon signing the consent agreement, agreeing to the probation charges.
I'll modify the second to include that language too.
Ms. Galvin, is the motion in order?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. I am going to be recused for the next 4 items. So I'll leave it to you to, Mr. Anderson, I don't know if you want to take a break or if everybody wants to continue. I can take a break whenever I want.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to conferences. This is 25A. This is complaint 22-0345. Board staff is Dr. Max Jacobson. Respondent is Kyle Winner, Jason Gomez, and Walgreens Drug 9840. And appears we have Ms. Trujillo here for Walgreens. Would you please introduce yourself for the board?
Sure. Good afternoon, board members, Mr. President. Susan Trujillo from Corals and Brady. I also have with me Kyle Winner, who's the, pardon me? Oh, sorry. Okay. I also have with me Kyle Winner, who is pick of the pharmacy during the older audits that you're going to hear about today. I have Jason Gomez, who's the current pick. Mike Simcoe from Walgreens Regulatory is on the screen there. And I also have John Palucci, District Manager, and Rick Patel, Healthcare Supervisor, who are with us in the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Hilo. Mr. Jacobson.
Good morning, board members, or good afternoon now. Max Jacobson, Compliance Officer with the Board of Pharmacy. This case has been going on for quite some time. It was opened by board staff after inspection findings prompted violations in 3 routine compliance inspections in a row. During the routine compliance inspections, this pharmacy's audit of controlled substance were all found to be unsatisfactory. The routine compliance inspections were conducted in 2016, 2018, and 2022. At its board meeting in February, this board tabled this complaint for more information to be collected and evaluate the effectiveness of the permittee's new inventory management system. This permittee's new inventory management system has been in place and operational for some time now. And to evaluate the effectiveness of control of the new inventory management system, I returned to the permitted location and performed another controlled substance audit. The audit included all activity for 4 drugs during the time frame of June 9th, 2024 until January 6th, 2025. The PIC at the time of this complaint was opened was Mr. Winter, and the current PIC is Mr. Gomez. The results of the audit are included in your packet.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Ms. Trujillo, would you like to make a statement?
Simply that the positive evaluation from Compliance Officer Jacobson speaks for itself. This has been going on for a while. So at this point, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions?
So you guys got a new inventory management system and this new audit was good, had barely any problems. Is there any explanation as to the previous 3 inspections?
Certainly. One thing that we discussed during the board meeting in February of 2023 was the fact that there were some challenges between when the board compliance officers would do the audit and then when the Walgreens personnel would do their own audits. The board inspector would do their audit, of course, on the day they were there. If they identified any discrepancies, then the pharmacy later would do its own audit. So they weren't always looking at apples and oranges, so to speak. So we think that part of the problem with kind of some of the discrepancies in the numbers that the board identified weren't always found to be an issue when Walgreens looked at its own numbers. So, so for example, in 2022, there was some discussion of whether or not there were discrepancies here and there. And at the end of the day, there was only, 1 alprazolam 106 that was filed. But, since then, the pharmacy's been, operating in good standing.
I have a question to our board staff. So for loss of control medication, if there's any, federally, there's no specific language to define or like percentage to define what is like, what percentage, correct, of
Correct. I think what you're asking is the definition of significant loss.
Significant loss. So there is no verbiage, right? Federally.
Correct. It's not defined.
Okay.
But it looks like the discrepancies are both positive and negative variances. Like there wasn't some sort of diversion that was being missed. But it doesn't seem like, considering there's both up and down numbers.
I really can't speak to the diversion side of it, but I think you're accurate in that statement. There were both positive and negative variances, which can speak to a number of things, including record-keeping issues, diversion, and other examples of, failure to control controlled substances, really what it boils down to.
Ms. Trujillo, would you assert that the opioid settlement that Walgreens entered into absolves any action from this board from those 3 by 2016, 2018, and 2022?
I would. I wasn't going to bring that up until absolutely necessary, but yes, I do agree with you. For the benefit of the new board members, Walgreens entered into a settlement in 2022, the multi-district opioid settlement agreement across the country. The state of Arizona was a participant. And what that complaint did, or what that settlement did, was release all claims related to, opioids and in some relations to benzodiazepines from 2022 and back to the dawn of time, which I think was the actual language in the settlement agreement. So yes, the complaint related to the 2016, the 2018, and the 2022 matters fall under that settlement agreement. So the board can't take any action with related to promethazine with codeine, oxycodone, or tramadol, and can only take limited action related to that single alprazolam loss. And in that case, it's only an action that doesn't seek money abatement or remediation.
And Mr. Chair, the only reason we kept this alive and this conversation going was on numerous occasions, we do an inspection, we come up with a number, Walgreens comes up with a different number. We kept butting heads, right? So we wanted to come to a crossroads and say, hey, let's figure this out and let's come up with a similar number when we do an inspection and what you submit. Because we're always before the board regarding this, and then at the end of the day, we walk away still with different numbers. And maybe a good outcome, maybe not. I don't know. I can't speak to that, but that was a little bit of a pain point for us.
Can anybody speak to that? Like, how could we get on the same page?
I think with the new system that they
The new
put in
system.
place, this is where our conversation was when we were having it. It's supposed to come in alignment with how we do inspection, how we do our inventory check. So the new system's supposed to account for those variances that we were having.
And it's at every store. It's not just singled out to one store, right?
Right. It's been rolled out statewide. And if you'd like, Mr. Gomez can speak to, his experience with RXI and how that's helped his practice and helped his pharmacy.
And what was the issue? It was how it's
In
tracked or?
Yeah, it was just more complicated in terms of how, like inventory was tracked, whether it was real time, maybe Jason be better. Will you just speak to how RXI operates for you now and how it's helped you with inventory monitoring?
So one of the benefits with RXI that I like is we use the 2D barcode scanning when we're filling, but then also the other benefit of it is I'll use, for example, tramadol, 50 milligrams bottle on a 500 count, but then you can also have a 100 count bottle. So even though the imprint's 319 white tablet circular, when the pharmacist is reviewing it, you don't know which bottle that one initially came from. The benefits of RXI with the barcode technology is if it was a patient return bottle, when they scan that barcode, it's going to take it with the, it's going to track the lot that it came from, the bottle count that it came from. Because prior to the beginning of the year, you would have to manually put in the NDC. Well, if you put it from the 500 count bottle, you're going to have discrepancy. You're going to have a shortage, and because it could have been filled from the 100 count bottle. And so RXI, really quick, we've done a couple testings with it where a medication was filled, it was too early, and when you put it back, we wanted to see refreshing RXI to see how quick it actually put the count back in, and it's fairly accurate. I mean, within a couple minutes, it's given us the correct account on that.
So what was the issue before?
The issue before was it's a whole different system. It's AS400. It could be where a prescription was deleted. It's in the bin. It's where someone had canceled an order, and then you're waiting till bin rec gets done or something where you're then accounting for that. So there was always pluses and minuses, and it wasn't necessarily in real time with RXI. The barcode technology and the scanning has improved that.
Yeah, it just gives them better real-time data.
And Mr. Jacobson, you've kind of verified that on your research.
I have. I think I can speak to a couple of things of their new RXI system that I've seen on the compliance side that help. What they said about real-time inventory tracking is true. They also have NDC level inventory tracking, which they didn't have before. So all drugs, whether they came from different NDCs or not, would be tracked under the same line item, and that's been updated. So now they can boil down to exactly which NDC we're talking about. Also, I believe that they moved to exact counts for C3 through 5 for the annual controlled substance, which before it was an estimate which is allowable by law, but it leaves room for audit variance. And those were the three things that I identified that are improved with the new system.
Thank you. And Ms. Galvin, just due to this opioid settlement, no action can be taken against Walgreens. What about their employees like Mr. Winter and Mr. Gomez?
That settlement agreement applies to their employees with respect to this type of conduct. unless there was like a personal criminal diversion, but this type of conduct where it appears that there was an, inventory issues, ability to get real-time data, they would be protected under that agreement.
Board members, any further discussion?
I'll make a motion to dismiss the complaint against Kyle Winter, Jason Gomez, and Walgreens 9840.
I second.
And that would be for a lack of jurisdiction because of the settlement agreement.
Should we take A, B, and C? It's gonna be, or D, it's all gonna be the same discussion,
No,
A through D.
not the same discussion. The next ones are regarding vaccinations.
Oh, thank you. I was thinking it was memory loss for me. Sorry.
Okay, so we've got a first and a second to dismiss. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Gomez and Mr. Winter.
Thank you.
The next matter is tab 25B, C, and D. These are complaints 24-0615, 24, well, let's just do that one first. 24-0615, and then we'll do C and D together because they're companion complaints. So this is Walgreens Drug 9652, and I have staff member Ms. Mitchell, but this is Mr. Castaneda. Would you like to provide a summary for us?
Sure. Thank you, board members. Good afternoon. Ben Castaneda, Compliance Officer, Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. So as Mr. Anderson just mentioned, the next three complaints all involve the incorrect vaccination administered to a patient. So at its February 4th meeting, the Complaint Review Committee considered case number 240615 involving Walgreens drugstore number 09652. After review and discussion, the committee voted to recommend that the board issue an order for a non-disciplinary order for continuing education to the technician involved to dismiss the complaint against the pharmacist and request the permit holder appear for a conference. The board accepted that recommendation in this February meeting. On February 19th, staff issued a non-disciplinary order for continuing education to the technician involved, and on February 18th, staff notified the pharmacist of the board's decision to take no action against our license.
Thank you. Mr. Hilo, would you like to introduce your client?
Yes, good afternoon again. Susan Trujillo from Corrals and Brady. With me, I have Lisa Gomez, who's the current pharmacy manager. Again, I also have Mike Simcoe from Walgreens Regulatory on that screen.
Thank you. And would you like to make a statement?
I can make a statement. Yeah, I wasn't there at the time, but I am the current pharmacy manager.
Oh, you're good.
Thank you. I've been with Walgreens since 2007. I've never experienced any type of like wrong vaccination given to a patient. Additionally, the technician, she just got CEs, has been with the company for 25 years. Also never had any type of situation. Unfortunately, it was just a human error mistake, in my opinion. We take it we don't take it very lightly. So I did personally train the technician, retrain her on our protocols, on the tablet, because the tablet was a new thing that we were using for the vaccinations. I assigned her retraining on our PPLs, which is just our in-house training guides. And then I personally trained her again. And then we just had kind of like a probation period where we would have the pharmacist on duty just double check every step in the way in her tablet before she actually administered the vaccines.
Board members, any questions? I'll start. Can you talk a little bit about the tablet? Does it include barcode med administration technology for safety?
It's typing in lot numbers and expirations, but no, it's still just eyeballing it, checking, make sure it's the right thing. But at the time, the tablets were new because we didn't really have great internet service out there in Coolidge. So she didn't bring the tablet with her and follow the proper protocols is what ended up happening. So she gave.
You've assessed that as a human error. That seems a little risky,
right,
versus a human error if they're not using the technology afforded to them to ensure a safe, vaccine administration.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Me personally, I always see it as a human error. It's more than a systemic error because, I mean, I don't think it's fair to ask any permit holder to have specific technology to improve the workflow, but definitely we can ask them to train their staff and to give enough staffing also to minimize errors. But always blaming the system or the barcoding, or it is very, to me, I believe like this is a wrong way to do it. You know what I mean? So I always like apply this to a human error. And that's what in the beginning I said that I remember I dismiss the permit holder because I believe it is a human error.
Well, I think that even though we're not saying you should have a certain system, there are sometimes things that you can put in place to prevent human error. So what things have you done that would help? And it doesn't have to be a system or an expensive fix. Sometimes you can use like a plastic card that draws your attention, just there's
Correct.
a lot of ways to be innovative into helping processes be safer.
Yeah, will help process, but you can build the walls. People can still jump over the wall, right? So I mean, there's always, I believe, a human error. We don't want to like just, I mean, people are responsible for their action, right? And I don't think being busy or being like, short staff is a reason to make error, right? So when you are busy, you are short staff, you have to be more careful, right? When your system doesn't help you 100%, you have to be extra careful.
But we're asking the permit, what have you put in place to make this safe
Yeah.
or safer?
And you do have in your board materials extensive policies and procedures that Walgreens has regarding how vaccines are to be administered. Technicians and pharmacists are told to take certain steps, asking the patient, what are you here for today? Rather than saying, oh, you're here for your flu vaccine. I mean, there were a number of steps along the way that this just really good technician who'd been there for 25 years, she just didn't follow. And you've already found her, responsible for that. You took, action at the last board meeting. I mean, there are a number of steps in place to keep this from happening, but, sometimes folks just don't, make a mistake here. She didn't follow all of those steps and this mistake happened.
So I think I just tend to necessarily gravitate towards, what the literature is saying about medication safety, safe drug administration. Hospitals across the country, clinics across the country are using BCMA technology. We know that other pharmacy chains are using BCMA technology to make sure that we're scanning the correct vaccine before we administer it to a patient. We do that in a hospital environment for every single medication. Does the tablet technology, just out of curiosity, is that technology available? Is that technology being looked at by Walgreens to, come up to that standard that clinics and hospitals across the country are doing before they administer drugs?
I don't think the tablet use the tablet to scan the medication. Yeah, and I don't know the answer to the question about what Walgreens is looking at now, but it certainly is, like is laid out in all of your materials. It's taken steps to, try and ensure that this doesn't happen.
Just to refresh my memory, this is the incident when the technician took the vaccine, right, before they checked by pharmacist.
Correct.
Right. So that's why to me it was pure human error. I mean, like whatever technology you have, if somebody pulls something and decide to inject it, it's human.
Right. And that's why the pharmacist was dismissed.
Any other discussion, board members, or any questions?
I mean, I feel comfortable to move to dismiss the permit holder for this case.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second for dismiss for the permit. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We will move on to tabs C and D, which are companion complaints 24-0651 and 24-0652. This is respondent Walgreens number 6645, and Walgreens number 6645. Mr. Castaneda, would you like to provide a summary, please?
Sure. Ben Castaneda, once again, Arizona State Board of Pharmacy Compliance Officer. So this complaint, 240651 and 240652, are two complaints for the same Walgreens 06645. At the February 4th Complaint Review Committee meeting, the committee voted to recommend the board issue a non-disciplinary order for continuing education to the pharmacist involved in the incorrect vaccine administration and request that the permit holder appear for a conference. The board accepted the recommendation of the committee at its February meeting. And on February 18th, staff issued an order for continuing education to the pharmacists involved.
Thank you. Mr. Hilo, would you like to introduce your new client?
Yes. Again, Susan Trujillo from Corals and Brady. With me, I have Sarah Wakim, who's the current pharmacy manager at the pharmacy, and she has a statement.
Yes, hello. My name is Sarah Dwacom. I am the pharmacy manager at Walgreens store 6645. On September 7th, 2024, a husband and wife came to our pharmacy for a scheduled appointment for COVID vaccines and were accidentally administered flu vaccines. After learning of the error, we performed a root cause analysis and determined that the pharmacist on duty, Tiwa, made the initial error when doing the data entry for the vaccines. She did not check in the patients, and so she did not see that the appointment was for COVID vaccines. Unfortunately, she thought they were at the pharmacy for flu vaccines and incorrectly entered prescriptions for flu vaccines into the system. This error was then carried through to when she administered the vaccines. There are various steps in our procedure where this error could have and should have been caught after data entry. First, when preparing the vaccines for administration, it is standard procedure to perform a three-way match comparing the vaccine administration record, the patient leaflet, and the vaccine product. In this instance, the VAR would have shown COVID vaccine since this is filled in based on the appointment schedule. Unfortunately, this step was either skipped or the error was not caught. Second, it is standard procedure to confirm with the patient at the time of vaccination which vaccine they are receiving. We use the open-ended question, "What vaccine are you here to receive?" rather than providing the information and letting the patient confirm, because it is more likely to catch the error. This was also not done. Unfortunately, Tiwa failed to follow these standard operating procedures when she prepared and administered the vaccine, and because of this, the error was not caught. Since this incident has been discovered, I have reviewed these procedures with Tiwa and the rest of my pharmacy staff. I have also asked all my technicians to ensure data entry is performed immediately at the time of appointment check-in, so we are focused on that one patient at a time. I have asked Tiwa not to assist with the data entry if she did not check in the patient, because generally we would be less likely to catch that error if it is one we made ourselves. This means that a minimum of 2 people are involved with each vaccine entry and have the opportunity to catch the errors. At the last meeting, the board recognized Tiwa's responsibility for these incidents and issued her continuing education due to the errors. Because of this incident, we've had the opportunity to review policies and procedures for vaccine administration with our staff and talk about how to prevent this from happening in the future. We continue to maintain patient safety as our highest priority in our pharmacy.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
Thank you for the summary. I think it's somewhat new for our board to talk to permit holders and specifically drill down on like what processes have been put in place for the safety because we're trying to follow just culture model. I think what I am not hearing is what is Walgreens doing to help make this more safe. And I get that some steps were missed. So I appreciate the summary there. But I think that's kind of the purpose of us wanting to have this talk. So while I appreciate what you said and I appreciate that retraining took place, I think we're looking for what has Walgreens done or what is their statement on how they make this a safer process. Because we've seen a couple of violations or a couple of misses here, we're wondering what the permit holder is doing at this time.
Yeah, and I do understand your concerns, and clearly in these cases, like, steps were missed. So the steps exist, a process exists to make sure that this doesn't happen. But occasionally you always have humans involved in these processes, and sometimes they get missed. And when they do, and something like this happens, there's retraining that occurs to remind everyone of the importance of following all of those steps and what happens when they're not followed. But there is a process in place. There are just also people involved here. Certainly the fact that I've been here, with these 3 cases, is something that Walgreens is paying attention to, and it is aware of here, and is paying attention to vaccine administration, making sure that the staff is clearly trained and up to speed on all of their requirements for vaccine administration.
Has there been any hard stops that have been put in place or any upgrades? Because like you said, sometimes people make errors. Has any response from the permit holder where they've done something that makes you have to stop and rethink a process, or something that prompts you, anything that's been added to the system to make it safer?
I don't think that it has.
We do have a new-ish system in place for doing all the VARs digitally, which would have been in place at this time. And there is a feature within that, because that appointment scheduler knows what vaccine you're here for. So it does kind of give you a pop-up if the vaccine entered from Intercom Plus does not match the vaccine entered from the appointment scheduler. So that honestly is another thing that would have been missed in this case.
So can you walk me through the data entry? So based on what you said, the error happened during the data entry, right? So
Right.
if there's a hard copy that pharmacists will verify when they do the data entry or the check or the verification, when the pharmacist will do the data entry.
There's no hard copy.
Yeah.
Right.
It would be referenced towards the
So what the reference would be? If it's not a hard copy, what is the reference?
the appointment scheduler.
Right. Because
The
the pharmacist is the
appointment
one that generates the order. There's no written prescription that the pharmacist
Yeah.
receives. They're there to get that, vaccine. And so the pharmacist does data entry.
So be the appointment schedule is a reference. So if
Yeah.
if a senior citizen here mistakenly select a wrong vaccine.
When they schedule their own appointment, they pick flu instead of COVID. But
Yeah, I'm not talking
the
about COVID.
patient-
I'm not talking about COVID or flu in general.
Right. I'm just giving an example.
Yeah,
So
if let's say I will throw my dad as a victim. Is my dad gonna go and schedule appointment for vaccine, and he just confused between this and this, right? And then he just go to Walgreens and receive what he selected, right? So there is nobody will question him, say, why are you here today? What vaccine are you planning to get? So if he select the wrong med, he will receive the wrong med.
She said they ask open-ended
Yeah.
question, but also a pharmacist is going to be seeing it to see if it's an appropriate vaccine for that person and their age group, right?
So I'm sure now Mr. Anderson will lecture me after the meeting because we're talking about the system, not an issue. The issue is the human.
No lecture. I do appreciate Ms. Nair's comments about system enhancements. What I keep hearing are policies and procedures and re-education and training. And those are very low-level strategies for patient safety, medication safety. And what she's alluding to with these hard stops and what I'm saying with barcode administration, these are higher-level strategies to prevent medication errors. And we're asking what sort of enhancements Walgreens, the permit holder responsible for these pharmacies, is doing outside of education and policy refinement, which are, again, low-level strategies for patient safety. Are there more higher-level system safety guardrails, if you will, to help prevent the wrong vaccine from being administered to patients?
Yeah, I agree with you. This is totally different than the first case because the first case is just a person who grabs something, without no pharmacist checking.
But she
And
also
that-
didn't use the
but-
technology that
yeah,
Walgreens
but,
does provide.
But this is, you're gonna have like, you're gonna have any system or technology will stop that. I mean, it's a human, right? But with this is my concern here. If somebody really doesn't know what vaccine they will get, if I am a father and I don't know if my, like my son, if 5 years old can get this vaccine or not, I just schedule a wrong vaccine, there is a chance that my kid will get and receive a wrong vaccine. Because to me, there is no like checkpoints or something that you can reference to more than with what the request submitted by patient.
I agree, Mr. Nassif. I mean, that checklists are other strategies that, you can use in the med use process to, prevent mistakes downstream.
Yeah. But now going back to what she said, the process they made, like, you ask, right? Now you start asking patients.
I have more of
If I could just interject something,
Yeah.
The process in this case is the vaccine was entered incorrectly by the pharmacist, and there was no check with the patient before administering what vaccine are they there for. They just administered it.
Right.
So had they, which is a part of the process, which is part of the procedures, they would have caught the issue at the time before administration, but it wasn't done.
Right. I don't disagree that the process wasn't followed, and the process, there's nothing wrong with the process so much. It's more what has been the response of the permit holder in trying to enhance the fact that there'll be human errors. So what blocks have been taken or what enhancements have been taken to prevent human error is what we're asking.
Yeah, what redundancies have been put into place to help prevent future events?
Exactly what I just explained. Had they interviewed the patient correctly and asked them what they were there for, they never would have got the incorrect vaccine.
And the software is, is continually evolving. I mean, this was, this was an upgrade, there have been upgrades to the system, since, I've been talking about vaccine administration with you, over this time. And so, Walgreens is continually, looking at its processes, now it has to use the tablets. I mean, but, as they go, I think they're learning, as any organization does, learning about where, opportunities are for errors. We're always going to have this human element, but absolutely. I mean, these discussions always provide an opportunity to think about, okay, is there another way we can do this? Like having two people involved, with the prescription administration, this entry, in patient intake, data entry, prescription administration process, having two people now, at this pharmacy may be, helpful in terms of making sure that gets caught. So I think they're constantly learning and evolving in terms of vaccine administration. So and I understand your concern, but I think they're continually trying to improve here and prevent these from happening again.
Board members, if I can interject, please. I believe an example of one of your concerns is found on the VAR in the board packet 5229. This is the VAR that was printed at the pharmacy, and I believe what populates when the person makes the appointment online is under vaccine, it says COVID-19. And then I believe that the pharmacist entered manually the NDC, the manufacturer, and the lot numbers incorrectly.
That was kind of my question that I had was what does it look like as far as process? Because the error originated in data entry, essentially. What does the flow look like from the scheduler, from when the patient selects the vaccine and it populates in this document? What's that process? Does it flow directly into the system? Does it populate with auto-populate with the vaccine, or what does that look like?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Our it does not link to Intercom Plus at all. We enter it separately into Intercom Plus, And then our appointment schedule will ask us for the prescription number from Intercom Plus. And that kind of is where the system performs a check to make sure that what we entered into Intercom Plus matches what was put into the appointment scheduler. And it would have given her a pop-up to say it does not match. And it just shows the two different NDCs that would have been conflicting.
So with the pop-up to alert, the pharmacist or whomever is doing the entry of it,
Yeah.
is it always the pharmacist or is it?
Yes, at
Okay.
that step, yes.
Was there a bypass
Yeah.
to that?
But sometimes we would, select that if say it's two different flu vaccines that were selected. So we are used to seeing that pop up in that case. And it only shows you the NDC. It doesn't show you the name of the vaccine, which that actually might have changed now, I think. So we are used to that popping up and possibly overriding it in that case.
So you now see the name of the vaccine?
I think so, yes. I can't recall.
So did alert fatigue attribute to that? Because that could be something that Walgreens as a company could look at is if they continually get this improper alert that they're overriding and as a result blow through the alert and administer the wrong, vaccine. I mean, are those alerts looked at? And those are the sorts of higher level things that we'd like the permit holder to start doing. Audit those alerts. How many times are they firing? Why are they overridden? What's the override reason, et cetera?
And that's certainly something that they can, that they can look at and see if that's an issue.
Any other discussion or questions?
Just like my last question regarding the pharmacist who made the error, and you said you went through the policy and procedure with her, and have you noticed any improvement or like any problem you think regarding?
It certainly hasn't happened again.
Okay, no, that's what I like to hear. All right, so I believe.
Anybody willing to make a motion?
I mean, I move to dismiss the payment order for this case.
Just for a point of discussion, I would be in favor of a letter of concern because we are concerned about the process, making sure that it's safer.
They're already concerned, right? They're already concerned. We have a lawyer, we have, okay, documented, okay.
I just see on our end, when we see some trends and not just with this company, just in general, I feel like we've had more complaints about vaccines and we've had more complaints about return to stock bottles. And those two are both high risk areas that can maybe use some improvements in process. So I would be in favor of a letter of concern.
So, Mr. Nassif, you still have a first on the.
Yeah, I have my motion. I keep my motion. So
Are there?
if
is there a
nobody
second?
opposes.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to dismiss. Any further discussion?
May need a roll call.
Let's
Can
do it.
we add the letter of concern to the motion to dismiss?
No, it would be a second one. It would, if this fails, we'll try that one.
All right,
All
Mr.
right, well-
Braswell,
No.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Nay.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley's recused, Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Nay.
Mr. Al-Nassif, Mr. Anderson.
Nay.
We have a tie, so motion fails.
Thank you, guys.
I'll make a motion for a letter of concern for the permit holder.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All right, roll call, Dr. Gandhi, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley's recused, Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with one recusal, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi.
And that was for both complaints, correct?
Correct. And thank you, Ms. Trujillo.
Thank you.
Walgreens. I think we are moving on to 25E, E. And I believe Ms. Walmsley's back. And we'll turn, oh, let's take 10 minutes. We'll be back at 2:41.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I think we've got everybody back. Let's go to 25E, right? That's where we ended. Complaint number 24-0401. We have a lot of people before us, so let's start over here and introduce yourselves.
Hello, I'm Shelly Testison, Senior Director of Pharmacy Practice Compliance for Walmart.
Hello, I'm Kate Tran. I'm the pharmacist in charge for Walmart Pharmacy Store 3751.
Hi, everyone. I'm Grace Collinson. I'm a director on the pharmacy practice compliance team at Walmart. And we also have 3 more people behind me. So we've got John Reen, our market director for store 3751. We have Brielle Salisbury, former technician at store 3751, and Kevin O'Neill, staff pharmacist at 3751.
Hello, I'm Priscilla Romero, pharmacy technician in training at store 3751.
And I'm Juliana Vargas, staff pharmacist at Walmart 3751.
Go ahead, Mr. Jacobson, with the
I'd
summary.
just like to disclose that I have worked for Walmart as a per diem previously, but that nothing to affect my judgment, and I can still stay here unless, guys, you choose me to recuse myself. I can. Okay.
Max Jacobson, Board of Pharmacy Compliance Officer. Madam Chair, there is one more technician trainee that was a respondent on this case. I just wanted to ask if she's present or if she's online. Yeah. Okay, Rio is here. All right, perfect. Then I'll go ahead with my summary. The patient complained in this case that he received another patient's medication. When he picked up his prescriptions, he was expecting 2 medications, but there were 3 in his bag. He assumed that his doctor might have added another prescription. After taking the medication for 3 weeks, he felt ill and had to go to the emergency room. He ended up suffering some vision loss. According to the pharmacy's workflow and statements from pharmacy staff, the correct medications were filled in the correct vials, but somehow the wrong medication ended up being given to that patient. There are several theories on how this happened, which I outlined in the summary that you have in your board book. However, due to lack of conclusive evidence, there's no way to be sure how this actually happened. Since this incident, the pharmacy has implemented new changes to ensure this mistake of this type doesn't happen again. Changes including a pending area for unfinished fills, uncluttering workstations, and limiting the filling station to 1 employee at a time. At the complaint committee where this case was heard, the board requested a subpoena of video footage of the incident. The subpoena was served and replied to in a timely manner. However, the response indicated video footage is only maintained for 30 days and was no longer available at that point, and no further evidence was submitted according to the subpoena. After that, this complaint was brought to the attention of the PIC, and although she was not directly involved, she did come forward with some information. The PIC was on leave at the time this complaint was investigated and was recently available for comment. So around the time this incident happened, the PIC was made aware of what was going on, and she went ahead and reviewed the video footage. Although the camera angles did not provide insight to the root cause of the incident, the PIC was able to determine that technician trainee Brielle Salisbury was the employee that made the mistake. Per pharmacy records and activity logs, technician trainee Priscilla Romero was the employee of record for this transaction. However, the PIC stated it was actually Brielle Salisbury working under Miss Romero's credentials. The PIC stated that the cause of this incident was due to an error at checkout. Employee Brielle Salisbury did not follow store procedures for checking out prescriptions. And that's really the crux of what happened here.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Would somebody from Walmart like to make any opening remarks before we proceed with question?
Yes, we have Kate, the PIC, here with us, and she's prepared a statement that should give you guys some more insights into her process looking into this.
Hello. So I was also the pharmacist on duty at the time that the patient contacted us to let us know that he had been unknowingly taking a medication that wasn't his. So I reviewed activity logs, I looked at video footage, and determined that it might have been a filling error and a checkout error, because at the time we allowed 2 technicians to fill at the same pod at the same time. So one bottle could have been placed in the wrong bag at the same pod. And then a checkout error because either each bottle of prescription was not properly scanned out, or it was scanned, but the prompted message that prescription does not belong was ignored and sent out to the patient. So we have since retrained the pharmacy team on Walmart pharmacy operation manuals related to filling and checkout. And we've also made changes to our workflow. Like Max said, we only allow 1 technician to fill at a pod at a time. And we need to make sure all work counters are clear before we start filling. And we all need to pay close attention to prompted messages at the checkout before continuing with the transaction. We also stress the importance of logging off or locking our workstation when we step away from it. And then we are also adding in a second workstation at our drive-through window because this is where the error occurred, to make sure that only 1 patient is being helped at a time by an associate. So my team and I, we take this error very seriously. We've been working on continuing education just to learn from the error and medication error prevention. And this helped us kind of modify our behavior and our pharmacy workflow to make sure this error doesn't occur again.
Thank you very much. Just I need to clarify, you said filling error and selling, right? Like at POS system.
Filling error that wasn't caught at checkout.
Yeah, but the way you describe, I believe, is packaging error, because filling to me, when you put the tablets on the container, just to clarify for public, so we're talking about a packaging error, right?
So it was filled correctly, but it was placed in the wrong bag.
Okay, so to me, filling is when you, okay, so it is packaging error, okay. And this is whose responsibility, pharmacist or technician?
So the pharmacist is supposed to do the final check at visual verification.
Okay.
So.
And the filling or packaging, whose responsibility?
I would say it's tricky, but I think that the checkout stage is where we expect each bottle to be scanned, barcode verified that it's going to the right patient. So when you think of this situation in its totality, that, in my opinion, would be where we would catch this, which it's the technician's responsibility at that step, of course, supervised by a pharmacist. But there is also the step at visual verification that our pharmacist performs, where we do ask them to fully empty that bag. So you would assume it'd be possible we'd notice that packaging error
So
at
maybe
that
they
stage.
use, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when someone's picking up, they scan each individual item.
Yes, there's a barcode on each prescription vial label that's scanned.
And you said it should have popped up and said not.
Yes, it would say RX does not belong. Please verify. So at that,
You scan the bag and the vial, right?
you scan the vial. Yeah. Mhm.
Can you talk a little bit about the only people named as respondents in this technician-wise are trainees. Can you talk a little bit about the training program for these trainees? Is there a licensed pharmacy tech that supports them in their training program? Just share a little bit with us about that.
Yeah, so our technician trainees complete U-Learns before they even come into the pharmacy. So U-Learns are Walmart's training videos that they have to watch, take notes, take the exam at the end. And then once they've completed all of those, then they come into the pharmacy, shadow a technician, and then a lead tech will work with them one-on-one to train them on the cashier side first. Once they're comfortable with that, then they move forward to the filling process.
I guess I'm a little confused where the error originated. Could you walk me through that again?
Yeah, and we don't have all the definitive answers to that we wish we might, because camera footage is no longer available. But Kate's, her reasoning that it may have initiated at the filling stage is because these two patients' medications were filled 2 minutes apart. I think I remember us talking and you mentioned the pod where controlled substances are filled is also the pod where the P medications are. So it's reasonable to think that we likely had two techs filling two different orders at the same pod, 2 minutes apart. So the thought is that one of Mrs. N's medications may have been inadvertently placed in Mr. B's bag, and that might have been missed by our visual verification pharmacist. You know, he's prompted to verify Mr. B's bag that the system is stating to him contains one medication. So it's entirely possible he truly did verify that one medication and had no reason to suspect that there was a second one inside of that bag with it. So all that to say, you know, I think the checkout stage is not where this initiated. We don't have any reason to think the wrong bag was grabbed at that stage necessarily, but the checkout stage is where we would have expected this to be caught before reaching the patient for sure.
Okay. And so just so I understand the bagging process, so after it's dispensed, is it bagged by the pharmacist then?
If it's a new medication that requires counseling, yes, the pharmacist would go over, provide that counseling and, you know, hand that patient their final medications. In this case, these were refill medications for both patients. So at that checkout stage, there was no final pharmacist handoff.
And then, so then at the pickup process, there's essentially like is there like an accuracy scan then? Is what
Yes.
So, and that didn't happen or?
Yeah, so at pickup, we ask the patient their name and birthday to verify who's in front of us, and then the system will display just those medications that are ready for them. And each package that's retrieved is barcode scanned, you know, and in the event a bottle is scanned that doesn't belong to that patient or that order, a pop-up appears that says that the scanned item does not belong. So the thought is that either we had a situation where a bottle that was provided was not scanned, or it was scanned and the pop-up was not, you know, acknowledged and acted upon.
So if there was a pop-up though, you would have data to show who overrode the pop-up, right?
I'm not sure in our activity logs that are readily available at the store level, we don't have a log of that, but it would just be under the checkout users. Yeah.
It would be under the checkout.
Because they were on signed down to that terminal, pop-up came up on.
And just to provide a little more insight into the pickup process, Grace went through, we pull up the order using the patient's name and date of birth in order to pull everything that's ready for that person. When you scan those individual prescription bottles, it checks it off basically like, okay, acknowledge this is in here. And if you don't scan, if it should have two orders and you only scan one, you can't proceed with checking out. So it's the process to ensure that you get the full order for the patient.
So the wrong medication that was given, there is no tracking that is been sold, correct?
Correct.
So most likely to me what's happened, the technician just left it in the back and give it to patient. Otherwise, if she scanned this, will hard stop it, correct?
I have a question for Ms. Romero. When you are at a workstation and you walk away, does it automatically shut down? Do you have to sign back in?
So there's a way to lock your screen where you're not completely signed out. It's like Control K, where you have to put in your own password to get back in. Otherwise, it doesn't log you out unless like after a certain amount of time it would automatically, but it usually just stays open until you do it yourself.
How long till it automatically logs you out.
Not positive the exact time. I think it's somewhere between 3 and 5 minutes of inactivity.
So this was a serious safety event. This patient required hospitalization, and how is the patient today?
I'm here actually.
Would you like to speak,
If you wouldn't mind.
Ms. Galvin? That's appropriate.
That is appropriate.
If you could please introduce yourself for the record, and is that
Initials.
initials, please, and then feel free to share what you'd like with us.
Absolutely. I don't mind giving my name if that's okay.
Initials would be preferred.
Okay, my initials are WB. I'm here before you today to share my personal experience, one that no patient should ever have to endure. In May of last year, I was given the wrong medication by my local Walmart pharmacy, and for 3 weeks, I unknowingly took pioglitazone, a diabetes medication that had not been prescribed to me. Unfortunately, I had no idea I was taking medication for diabetes. I believe I was taking a stool softener at the time. It wasn't until a close call car accident that I finally sought medical advice from a very close friend who is also a nurse. I explained to her my situation along with my symptoms, and she immediately asked me to tell her all my medications I was taking. When I named off pioglitazone, she asked why I was taking a diabetes medication. That's when I looked at the bottle more closely and realized the medication wasn't even prescribed to me. It was for another patient entirely. For almost a month, I had been ingesting a powerful medication that my body was rejecting and never needed, and consequently, it caused me irreversible harm. Following the discovery, I notified Walmart the same day. When I called, they instructed me to return the medication immediately, which I did. After returning the bottle, I mentioned my symptoms to the pharmacist, who referred I go to see a doctor for further evaluation. I ended up going to the ER, and after some tests, the doctor recommended I see an ophthalmologist. After a week or so of trying to get an immediate appointment, I was finally able to see an ophthalmologist who ran multiple tests and determined I was suffering from macular edema, which, unbeknown to me, is a serious eye condition that has been directly linked to pioglitazone in the medical literature. In closing, my vision was damaged, and with it, my quality of life for the last year. For a year now, I've dealt with specialist treatments, fear, uncertainty. I've lived each day unsure if I'll ever fully recover my sight. And this all began because the wrong medication was given to me by Walmart. I trusted this pharmacy with my health. I trusted that the medication I was given was correct. The trust was broken, and the consequences have been real, not just physically, but emotionally and financially. In closing, I'm not here for the board's sympathy. I'm here because I know the pharmacy board exists to protect the public, to ensure that what mistakes like this are made, they're taken seriously, and advocate for safer systems and stricter safeguards. This didn't happen because of a complex drug interaction or some rare complication. It happened because the most basic rule of pharmacy, give the correct medication to the correct patient, was not followed. I urge this board to take action to ensure that something so preventable never happens again to another Arizonian. Finally, I respectfully ask the board to take formal disciplinary action against the responsible party and require Walmart to review and strengthen the prescription verification protocols. I'm also asking that consideration be given to mandate retraining or recertification when such serious errors occur, especially when they involve cross-patient medication swaps. I'm not here to destroy anybody's career. I know as humans, we are far from perfect. However, I do believe accountability is necessary to protect the next patient who walks through the Walmart pharmacy door. No one else should ever have to experience what I've had to experience this past year. With your help, I honestly believe that can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story with us. Board members, additional questions?
Madam Chairman, I have one, and I'm not in the field of pharmacy. The patient received another person's medication. Did that other patient come in and try to pick up that medication? And was there a realization like, well, the computer shows that it was filled and whatever? Was there any follow-up?
So I will have, Juliana, do you want to speak to that?
Hi there. Yes. So I was not directly involved in the fill verification or the checkout for Mr. B, but I was the visual verification pharmacist for Mrs. N's medication when it was discovered to have been missing. As the system prompted me to verify Mrs. N's bag of failed medications, I discovered that there was a medication that was missing from her completed order, her pioglitazone. I had some technicians help look through other bags completed that day, and a tech had mentioned that they remembered filling it, but they couldn't find it. So I had another technician redo Mrs. N's medication so I can complete her bag verification. So we knew that there was a missing bottle. We kind of made it everyone aware to kind of be on the lookout that there may be a potential where this patient's original bottle is in another bag. And then it was later discovered that this patient's original missing bottle had accidentally been added into Mr. B's bag and dispensed to him in error. And then since then, as mentioned earlier, we have gone over some, we've become more vigilant, making sure our counters are cleared and made, some changes to help reduce this error from happening again.
Madam Speaker, can I ask one question?
If you could hold off for just a moment.
Is there a way for the system to check that Miss N's, the one prescription was filled at this time? Is there a way to check the system to see what other prescriptions were filled around that time and kind of look back to see, well, maybe we better call Mr. B and see if he got it, or other patients who were filled at that time?
So just by looking at like the history, we were able to tell like the timing of when it was filled, but that's to the extent because it doesn't bypass, the verification. So when her bag was of other medications were completed and just hanging on the rack, when I came across it, I noticed that there was a missing bag in order to complete, missing medication in order to complete that order. So up until that point, there's no history of, after anything after that process because it hasn't gone through verification queue. So it just gives us like the fill of her previous medications of when it was originally done and then that medication when it was filled.
Mr. B, did you want to make another comment?
She actually the board member asked the question I was going to ask. The only thing I would like to add is that I find it very weird that the video all of a sudden is no longer available. When I gave the medicine back and I followed up about the situation, I was told that they did review the video and the pharmacy tech accidentally was sharing another tech's table together, and she had grabbed accidentally the wrong prescription. And now that there's lawyers involved, now all of a sudden that video is no longer available. And I just find that highly suspicious.
So I can speak to that a bit. It is very common and expected that when a medication error is reported to our pharmacies, that they will, conduct that root cause analysis, which will often involve viewing camera footage. It's not commonplace for that footage to be stored or saved in any way at that time. So Kate can speak to the camera review that she did as she was looking into this case. But I think the subpoena came our way in perhaps January. So at that time when we reached out to the asset protection team at that facility, they stated, they store footage for 30 days there and they had nothing stored from this event.
So when I looked at the video footage, it was not a very clear angle, but of the drive-through workstation. And that's how I was able to see the technician working at that station. But I couldn't clearly see what was actually being scanned and bagged just because of the angle of the camera.
So is Walmart looking at modifying their policies or procedures in order to, when there is a medication event like this, very, very serious medication event, to burn a CD of it so that, when a subpoena is issued, then that video is available? Is there any changes to Walmart's process for video retention when there is a known patient safety event that occurred?
So I might have to defer to John for a bit of this, but my understanding is we do have a process in place today when there's known patient harm on an event that's been reported, that we do engage a team at Walmart that would handle those sorts of things. My understanding is perhaps we weren't fully aware of the, to engage that team right away.
There was a period of time that went by.
Yeah.
Because the patient didn't realize that he'd been taking another medication. So it was-
Excuse me.
it was actually properly labeled.
Can you come up to the mic? Thank you.
So we think that because a period of time went by for the patient to recognize that he was taking someone else's medication was labeled under other person's, we had already about a 3-week time frame. Does that sound right, Kate? Yes. So then there was some, it was actually entered, and then it was reviewed, and the time had just passed. And then there was a situation as well that we talked about in the original statement where she went on maternity leave, and then an investigation was done by a PIC. So unfortunately, that information was lost. But then to answer, if it's okay, the situation around the situation with the label being scanned out, because we believe it wasn't scanned out at the drive-through, the system thought that vial was still in the system somewhere in the pharmacy. Okay.
Is there a court case for this that's happening?
So there's a totally separate team at Walmart that handles, litigation matters related to medication errors. We do not have really any insight into their process or any ongoing matters.
So during the day when the error happened, how many technicians and pharmacists together?
So I was not on duty
Yeah.
that day that the bottle went missing, but typically we have 3 pharmacists on duty and anywhere between 8 and 10 technicians.
Okay.
So we're a high volume pharmacy.
And how many prescriptions per day, average?
I would say average 600 to 900 per day.
Okay.
Going back to the cameras, so you've identified a gap in the vision. Are you moving the cameras, moving the filling pod so that you have better visual verification moving forward? Has there been an assessment of your cameras?
I've asked our asset protection team to add an additional camera angle to the drive-through. So they're working on that. And then also we did have a camera that can actually view into the patient's vehicle, but at that time that angle wasn't working.
But it is working now.
Yeah.
Yeah. To Mr. B's point, I remember this case from 2024, and when it went to the complaint review committee and his statement sharing that the pharmacist reviewed the video footage, yet there was no written response indicating that. And that's why we're here today, into 2025, because we didn't seem to get a forthcoming response from Walmart or from the respondents. And fortunately, Mr. Jacobson, dug deeper and you came back from your protected leave and were able to provide additional information, because there was no clarity on the responsible party. Because I am with Mr. B. I think there needs to be accountability, and we want to hold the person who's accountable, or I do, and not necessarily hold everybody accountable that may not have been involved in the process that are respondents listed in this complaint.
Is there anything that you feel that you could have done to find out where? Thank you. Thought I'd push that. Is there anything that you feel you could have done to find out where it went besides what you did?
So yes, in hindsight, I rethought my whole thinking process. At the time, with the information I was given, my brain just immediately thought checkout error. Let's look at checkout. But now, thinking back, I should have reviewed the entire workflow and dug a little deeper than just focusing on one area.
Now, if something like this were to happen again, what do you have, any changes in your policies and procedures on how you would deal with it? And not only for this store, but Walmart in general.
So for myself, I, like I stated earlier, review the entire process from start to beginning, or from beginning to end. Look at all the camera footage that I can, dig deeper into activity log to see who was involved, just to make sure that something like this doesn't happen again.
Again, I'd ask, have that changed your policies and procedures at your location or at any of the other Walmart locations?
Yeah, I can help with that. So we do feel that our policies and procedures, if they had been followed fully in this scenario, we would have caught this before it made it to Mr. B. So we do have the expectations that when filling prescriptions, technicians will move to the next available pod. So we already have that expectation that we're not filling at the same place together. We do have in policy that the pharmacist empties that will call bag entirely at that visual stage. And then we, of course, have the checkout process that has that barcode verification, that, that patient verification, the checklist almost that you're getting what you're supposed to get. And it was an unfortunate combination of misses in those that led to this happening.
What bothers me is that once you found out that it was not there, within the location, your store location, that there seems like there should have been other activities to find out who that person was or that got it, to alert them, because given that it could be life-threatening to them. And that's why I'm wondering why you did not do that more in that respect.
And I'll just follow-up to that is, like, Ms. Vargas, when you identified that it was not in the bag, what happened at that point in time when you recognized that it wasn't there? What was done? What transpired in that pharmacy to try to find that pioglitazone?
So our immediate thought was to look in other bags that were completed that day, but we weren't able to find it. So normally if there's like a missing bottle, our first thought that we want to prevent is having it mixed up with another patient's bag. So I had some technicians looking in other bags that were completed that day. And there was a technician that remembered filling it, mentioned they had filled it, but they didn't have recollection of, was it placed in that patient's bag, or was there a bag that was lost? There was no recollection of anything like that. So
you recognized and you went through all the will call bags, and
Mhm.
and they're not in, it's not in there.
And they're not.
So from that time period, did you look at every transaction that was sold to call those patients that, if it's not in these bags, where is it?
Mhm.
So what was your next process, to Mr. Thorwald's point? I mean,
So-
you did part of it, but
Yeah.
was
and-
it sold prior to that? Obviously, it was sold prior to you.
Well, yeah, but we didn't know where it was, so we would hope that it's not in one of the bags. So we looked in the other bags, and we, made it aware that if there is another bag, to be an alert. So when you're scanning the bags at checkout, make sure that you've got all the patient's correct medications in there. But
So
we don't know.
Was it sold prior to that? I mean, you have timestamps. So it
Yes.
was sold prior to that.
No, so our timestamps, let me just pull them up here. Our timestamps show that the two medications were filled about 2 minutes apart, right around 1:30 p.m. Juliana completed the visual verification of Mrs. N's replacement bottle at 2:34 p.m., about an hour later, and Mr. B picked up around 4:30.
So then the statement that every single bag was checked, doesn't seem accurate because Mr. B's bag was still there. So was Mr. B's bag still there and it's in will call ready for pickup?
Yeah, so I feel like it could have been a possibility that while we're looking through all the bags, it might have been missed that where they saw that there was another bottle, the missing bottle in another bag, but they didn't catch it. So when we looked at all the bags that were completed, that were on the ready to go rack, like it was there, but they didn't catch it.
If I may, I believe that Mr. B's prescription was visually verified at 1:28 p.m. And how does that relate to the other patient?
Yeah, so Mr. B's medication was verified at 128, 129. Mrs. N's prescription was verified at 2:23.
And what time was Mr. B's sold in relation to those?
This was sold, bear with me. I have it somewhere amongst, oh, I have the POS report, 1 second.
Yeah, I'm on page number 5363. This is the statement from pharmacist O'Neill that verified Mr. B's bag. 5363.
Yeah, and
I
our
believe you
records,
said a few minutes ago it was for something. And you
Yeah.
picked it up.
our records show that Mr. B picked up his medications at 4:34.
So all of the medications were in the pharmacy at the time that it was realized the medication was missing before anything was sold.
Anything sold the medication in the pharmacy and you couldn't find it.
Correct. And it was realized there was a problem.
And then you testified that the techs were looking in the bags, but then you told them to be sure to scan everything before. So then that didn't happen either?
Yes, so that they vigilant that check.
Which didn't work.
Usually I don't like to blame the system and I'm well known about this, but now I'm just blowing my head. So all medication in the pharmacy, we know something missing and the technician did not even look at extra vial in a bag. So if I'm in the pharmacy, I know we're losing medication, I'll be freaking out. I will be like right next to the checkout window, verifying every single bag.
Agree. I would not be allowing my least trained individual in the department, a technician trainee, to be the stopgap when I know that something happened and I can't find a medication that was filled and that could be potentially misbagged. I find that reckless.
I'm sorry, like I always say it is a human error and it is acceptable, but this is beyond human error. This is like ignorance here. Like we know there is something missing. And I will lock the window till I find it.
But ultimately, if the technician trainee would have performed the appropriate barcode scanning at the register, it would have stopped them from doing it. So the trainee that did the selling of the prescription didn't follow the policy and didn't follow the systematic pieces that were put in place that were there to stop it. Had they followed those processes, it wouldn't have happened.
Correct. I mean.
So I think we're blaming a system that we don't know has a
No, it's
problem.
not the system.
I agree there was reckless behaviors that happened here and there was a terrible result for the patient. And that is absolutely tragic. And we can't underscore that, but I don't know that I think that there's a system failure here.
No, there's
I
not
think
system.
I think that there is human error here and at-risk behavior that occurred.
And inexperience.
I would add, though, that if you have 2 hours from the time it was discovered, you should have had those additional procedures in place before any other medicine went out to check every single bag and to follow up once it wasn't found, to contact everybody that was there that day to make sure that, I mean, that's going to extraordinary circumstances, but at the same time, somebody's health is certainly worth that. And those are my concerns, that wasn't done after the fact. Certainly, if procedures had been followed, it would have been
Yeah.
caught. But then I'm talking about the steps utilized after that.
Yeah, I mean,
You mean how, at that point, I don't know that they knew that it had gone out, right?
Well, I'm saying from the time they discovered that there was a missing piece in one person's bag, there was still 2 hours before it went out to Mr. B. That they were looking for that, that prescription.
At roughly 2:30,
Right.
the staff in the pharmacy knew that this medication was not in the appropriate place. It was refilled so that the patient that was intended to get the medication got the medication, and there wasn't a delay in their therapy. And that's when the internal investigation began, if you will. But in that 2-hour point in time from when you found out that the drug was not where it was supposed to be, 2 hours later, roughly, is when Mr. B got the medication. We didn't find it. We should have caught it using the system pieces, all those kinds of things. It didn't happen. Is that a fair assessment on the timeline?
yeah. And I believe the system is not broken at all. It is just human error, which is, to me, this specific human error is not acceptable. And just please correct me. I mean, there is a few minutes between verification between both meds. So the work call should be bags next to each other. I mean, if you're talking about 2 minutes, how many prescriptions you verify? Like 10 prescriptions, 15? So the bag numbers or the bag you're looking for, you can point it at it. I mean, I don't know if people did their job to locate this bag. It's not alphabetical. They use different bagging system.
The bags are assigned a bit at random by color and number.
Correct,
So they'd
correct.
be in the same day section, but you could have, 800 bags in that day section. And even though they were filled 2 minutes apart, one of them might have been assigned bag 218 green, and the other might have been assigned bag 1892 brown.
But we're talking about 2 p.m., right?
Yes.
So what day, what time it was bagged? Like 1 p.m., 2 p.m., something like this? So I don't think we had 800 bags between 8 in the morning till. You would have 800 bags? No, yeah. So people could have screened it. Like you're talking about, like, we'll call, okay, it's today. I will go look at all of this. But what I'm going to, we cannot hold every single one accountable. This is not fair, right? But I mean, I believe the permit holder here, they have a good system, but to me, is the big human error, right? That led to, like harming our citizen here, right? And could be prevented easily just by people spending enough time and courtesy of like finding these medications, right? And then the other thing is the person, the technician in the window, I mean, it's clear bags, right, at Walmart? Yeah,
They're opaque bags.
okay.
Prevent against.
It's not clear bags, okay.
Ms. Vargas, do you know if you were able to, if during the audit of the filled prescriptions that were still there, do you know if you were able to complete it, and how long did that take for the technicians and yourself to go through and the other pharmacists to go through the audit of those medications?
Checking inside the bags?
Yes.
It was a lengthy process. So it's a busy pharmacy. So we have, technician up front in each station. And I had 1 or 2 techs, I can't remember, they were looking in through all of those days bag, the prescriptions that were filled. I was still doing my pharmacist duties in the back while I had the techs looking in through the bags.
Do you know how long roughly that process took?
I don't recall. No.
Okay.
Kind of lengthy.
So, Mr. O'Neill, I'd like to hear from you if you could come towards the microphone, please.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. O'Neill, it sounds like you were the pharmacist who bagged or visually verified the bag. Is that correct?
I did.
Can you describe what happened?
That day, I don't have any recollection of the events. And the search after the fact, I don't even remember any of that. I don't recall what my shift was that day.
Do you remember that there was a search?
I do not.
Okay.
So that's what also like I'm troubling with, like there is no cameras footage, so you don't know if the error happened there with the packaging, right? or it's happened only at the window. I mean, nobody knows, right? There is no camera. But for fact, it is, we all will agree about the error for sure 100% happened at the window POS system when they're given to wrong patient. But what happened between verification and packaging, nobody knows because there is no camera.
In your review of the video footage, who reviewed the video footage? I'm sorry. Okay.
I did.
Okay, in your review of the video footage, were you looking for, what were you looking for when you were looking at the video? And then did you see the search for that?
No, my search was focused on the transaction at the time that the prescription was picked up, because I wanted to see if I could see what was being scanned out on the camera and what was sent out to the patient.
So that was a couple of hours later then?
From when the patient picked up?
Right.
Yeah.
Then when it was, okay.
Yes,
I don't really see that the pharmacist had much of a role in any of this error that occurred. I don't know that we have any proof that the pharmacist had a role in this.
Well, a pharmacist has got to be overseeing the technician trainee who's selling this incorrectly to Mr. B, right? Who's accountable for, I mean, there's a pharmacist responsible for that technician trainee at your register at the POS.
Were there multiple pharmacists working at the time the prescription was sold?
Was it Mr. O'Neill and Ms. Vargas?
There were, yeah. I believe it was these two.
The day that I was filling, I took over another colleague's verification queue. So she had her stack of bags that she had to go home. So I told her I can take over her visual verification queue. So she had her rack of medication bags ready to be visualized. So I took those over those, and that's when I saw that there was one of the bags that had that missing medication.
So who's the pharmacist accountable for Brielle at the register?
I
Who's
guess
over?
I'd be asked to be all three pharmacists on duty that day.
Generally, I think we've responsible of the letter of concern.
This is well beyond a letter.
Yeah. I mean, our rule says like work under pharmacist supervision, doesn't say under PIC or PIC supervision. So any pharmacist there will be supervisor for that technician trainee. So, and that's what I say, like, I'm just probably because we all know this is a big error happened, preventable error, but we know one person can be held accountable, which is who sold this, right? This is, to me, is clear that error made there. But between those, you know what I mean? And I know like this chain of pharmacy, like, you know, they have a good system, you know what I mean? And this is preventable error. You know what I mean? It's not about, it's beyond policy, beyond system. It is just a human error.
Just to clarify, so when Miss N came, did she get her full prescription?
Yes, as Julie stated, I believe she redid her pioglitazone and gave her complete order.
So you know there's still pioglitazone out there somewhere. You just didn't know where.
Yeah, so if I may, what I think happened there is there was a pioglitazone floating around the pharmacy somewhere. Nobody could find it. And so the pharmacy staff just refilled it, gave it to Miss N at the dispensing window.
So if Brielle would have scanned it at point of sale, it should have popped up saying this has already been sold.
So I believe Brielle did scan it at the point of sale, but instead of identifying that was Miss N's medication, it just identified this is not Mr. B's medication. And that's the pop-up that would have been displayed there. And the system didn't recognize this is Miss N's medication, and that it could have been given to Mr. B.
So what is
Wouldn't it have come on my receipt? Because it was not on my receipt.
So if they get the pop-up that says this medication shouldn't go here, what are they supposed to do?
Yeah, so it is in our checkout SOP, and the expectation is that if they get that pop-up, they need to visually verify what they've scanned and partner with the pharmacist if they have found that, you know, it does appear to be the right thing and it's not scanning for some reason, or if it is that wrong thing, they partner with the pharmacist to resolve.
Ms. Tran, in your review of the video, did you see the pharmacist engaged at all in the process of this checkout?
No, I did not. It was just a technician alone at the drive-through window.
During one of the responses, there was some allusion to the fact that this might have been completion. And what I understood that means after talking to the pharmacy staff is if medication is filled with one of two, two of two, that both of them don't necessarily scan. One of them scans and then you give 2 bottles. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do have that right. If we have, you know, one prescription order that has been filled with 3 stock bottles of the same medication, the system only requires a scan of that one prescription label.
But does that require the pharmacist intervention per your policy?
No, the pharmacist interventions if the wrong thing is scanned.
So you're saying that's how it would be possible there'd be another bottle in the bag that the technician might not have thought about, like if it was 2 30-count bottles of something.
And this is a technician trainee.
Right.
So in your opinion, do you really think they could make that judgment?
You know, that's a good question. This trainee had been in the pharmacy for about 2.5 months already. You know, I've not practiced in Arizona before, but I do think that that's something that the techs and trainees learn quickly. You know, you can tell by the label if it's 1 of 1, 2 of, you know, 1 of 2, 2 of 3. So I would think they can make that distinction.
If they read the label.
Or looked at the bottles and the, you know, the similarities between.
So
bottles.
these are assembled by the cashier, not assembled by a pharmacist.
No, I believe they're assembled by a pharmacist. At the point of visual verification, all of that patient's medication should be in that patient's bag. And I believe the SOP says the pharmacist is responsible for that step of the process.
Ms. Salisbury, can you come forward and please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Brielle Salisbury, the technician in
Hi.
training at that moment.
Ms. Salisbury, the evidence is showing that you were the technician who sold this to Mr. B.
That is what my manager is stating, yes.
What are you stating?
From that day, as it was 11 months ago, I don't recall anything from that day of the checkout. I do recall some things though.
So Ms. Vargas explained that you know, all hands on deck. Let's look for this pioglitazone was called when she couldn't find this around 2:30. Do you recall that?
I remember when she asked us to look, it was like during rush hour. So it was like maybe 10 minutes the most, but we are a high volume pharmacy, so we did not get through all the bags.
So, I mean, I don't like to hear high volume pharmacy, any of this. This is not a reason to make a mistake. But my question, you said your manager stated that you made the mistake. So we all pharmacists here, so we know the process. So there's a timestamp, it shows your initial that you sold this medication to this person. Anybody else use your initial?
Actually, Mr. Nassif, it actually shows Priscilla because Brielle was working under Priscilla's user code.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There are 2 different timestamps, and I'll let maybe Walmart speak to this a little bit more. But there's a POS register timestamp, and then there's a pharmacy software timestamp, and maybe I'll let her finish my thought there.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So at the time this complaint, you know, came to us, Kate was on maternity leave, so we weren't able to get a statement from her at the time. But when we first heard about this conference, you know, we were chatting with Kate and she shared what she saw on camera view, which was that on camera, Brielle was the tech in training who assisted Mr. B. And, you know, we really had to work through that because our activity logs show Priscilla's user ID as being the technician in training to check out Mr. B. We have 2 stages at Walmart. We call it TASCO, touch and scan checkout. That's where we verify the patient's name, the birthday, the medications they're picking up. We do the barcode scanning, and that is all within our Connexus software. And then we have the separate system where you use the cash register to actually charge the patient for that medication. So in this case, based on what Kate saw on camera footage, Brielle was likely accidentally using a computer terminal that was still logged into Priscilla's name for Tasco, but we do have the point of sale report that shows Brielle's cash register ID, selling the prescription. So we do feel confident, based on Kate's review, that Brielle helped this patient check out, and supported by that POS report.
Brielle, it was reported, there was testimony just given that you had about 2.5 months of experience in the pharmacy. Can you explain what your training was?
So I had 2.5 months as a cashier. That week was my first week of training, and because I went to school for it, I didn't finish. They assumed that I was good on my own, but I did get some training. But it was my first week.
Yeah, and I can add a little clarity there. So our HR records show that Brielle she became a tech in training on February 24th of 2024, and she functioned as a cashier up until she obtained a tech trainee license from Arizona on April 15th. And this error happened on May 31st. She was on vacation, I understand, for a time between getting that tech trainee license in mid-April and this event occurring at the end of May. But she did function as a cashier from around February 24th up until, shortly after obtaining that tech trainee license.
When you say cashier, that's acting as like a pharmacy clerk, right?
Yes. And the main duties would be checkout. Yep. And we show she completed her checkout training within that first week of transitioning to the pharmacy.
Would that person, if they were a cashier, be performing any of these check functions?
The checkout the Tasco barcode scanning.
But the items in Connexus, because Connexus would be where it would alert if it was the wrong patient?
So our cashiers, they do use Tasco. It's a function of Connexus. So they
where does that if the barcode scanning occurs, where does that alert pop up?
At Tasco.
And is that could a clerk also have that function?
Yeah.
So there, in theory, this could have also occurred and the person had not had a license at all if they were just a clerk, which wouldn't be within our jurisdiction at all, other than with the permit holder.
Max, I didn't hear that comment. I don't know if anyone else did.
Sure. I was saying that the PIC would have been responsible for the employees of the pharmacy if there's an unlicensed clerk performing those duties.
So Ms. Salisbury, were you assigned a technician mentor? What's the training program look like once you're a technician in training with a registration?
I did not have a mentor. I remember my first day, they basically explained, I asked their first and last name, date of birth, and then it'd pop up a bag, and I'd go get that bag. They explained the days, and then after that, I was kind of on my own. If I had questions, I'd go and ask.
But you function as a clerk or cashier for 2 months, right? Before you became a trainee.
I think about 2 months. I don't know.
So month and a half, would say, like anything between month and a half to 2 months or 3 months. So in this type of activity, you should have no issue, right? I mean, specifically to selling medication, like check them out.
You were performing that as a clerk before you were a trainee.
So now the error happened not as a pharmacy technician duties, it's within the clerk duties.
Yes.
I mean, I would just like to hear you're taking some responsibility. Just like, I don't want people just blame the system or blame whoever. I'd like to see people say, okay, you know what? Yes, I share responsibility here. I made an error.
Yes, but I
know what I
honestly don't recall that day exactly, but
Yeah,
I
that's a different story, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't want people just, if you're not trained well, you have a right to go to your supervisor and say, you know what, I cannot perform this activity because I need more training. If your supervisor said no, you can reach to the state board and file a complaint.
What have you learned from this? This is obviously a really horrible outcome for a patient. What have you learned from this as somebody that's fairly new in pharmacy? I still remember today everything about the first error that I made. Fortunately, there wasn't a tragic consequence with it, but all of those things stay with us as healthcare professionals. So what did you learn from this?
I learned to be more aware to double check everything I'm doing, and even like if we're in a rush, to not work in a fast pace where I'm not comfortable with, where I think I'll make a mistake, and to double check everything.
Ms. Salisbury, are you still employed by Walmart?
Yes, I do not work in the pharmacy though. I left their Walmart.
So you're not going to pursue full pharmacy technician licensure?
Not as a career, no.
I'm not ready to make any motion now, but just from my perspective, I believe the system is good enough to prevent errors. We're going back to the human errors here. I believe they have policy. I was reading the previous complaint and this complaint. I believe the policy is, if people follow the policy as is, we won't be here now talking about this error. You know, and I have, you know, I mean, I see like 1, 2, 3, we have like 7, 8 people. I don't know if anybody left in the store working now. So everyone here just to talk about this, something can be stopped or prevented if people just took it seriously from the moment that you did not find this medication. I mean, I wonder if it took people 2 minutes to look and then say they give up, or they should have like keep looking and find it, right? And the other area that can be stopped, like, you know, when we lost this medication, if we have to pay more attention to the window, see, we don't want this dispense, and that what's happened there. And the other thing that I want from the person who's, I don't know, like, you know what you said, she claimed that you made the error, but it's good to just take responsibility. It's like, show you are responsible. People make errors, right? Like, we make errors. We all maybe made errors. I mean, I cannot say there's a pharmacist or technician practice for a long time without making errors, right? That's not okay, but I'm saying we all make errors. We are human, right? But it is part of our job to take responsibility for this, as all of them, you can tell them they took responsibility for this. And that's what I like to hear from you. That's, yes, sorry, I did this mistake.
Mr. Jacobson, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I could ask one more question. What is the standard operating procedure when there's a known medication that's missing inside the pharmacy?
So I'm not familiar with a policy that would outline the exact expected procedures when a medication is missing in the pharmacy. I do think that it's reasonable that the path that the store seems to have gone down in looking at some timestamps, looking at activity logs, you know, is within the expectation that we would have for our pharmacies. I'm not aware of a place we have it written in.
And so I think we got conflicting narratives as well from technician trainee Beal that was assigned to the task that says they did not make it through all the bags, and pharmacist Vargas that assigned the task that said that it was a lengthy process and they did make it through all the bags.
My concern, again, I go back to that, is not the policies and procedures they've got in place, but the follow-up policies and procedures once it was lost. With 10 technicians and 3 pharmacists on duty, it would seem like that they would be able to go through these things and find it within that time frame, and to contact people that are needed to be contacted. And I don't see the policies and procedures after that, and that's my concern.
Yeah, agree with that. That's my concern as well. It, taking the time to make sure that you're looking through each of the bags, it's, that's another way that it could have been prevented. And my concern is then perhaps there might have been some effort, but not complete effort. And then perhaps maybe, leaving it to the pickup function, which is the very last before it gets to the patient. And so that's my concern, is it puts it all on one particular individual to catch that, whomever that may be, to catch that at that point. That's my concern.
Agree. And so, Brielle, you had made a comment that you remember Ms. Vargas asking the staff to please, go through these bags. Do you also remember follow-up about being hyper vigilant at point of sale? Do you remember anything like the directions that she provided in her testimony?
I don't remember a follow-up, but I do remember is she got with me to ask if I filled the medication. I told her yes, I do remember filling it. Then she said she couldn't find it in the bags, so she had me go through some bags and look for them. But it was rush hour, so we had to start clearing our lines, so we ended up stopping, and I don't recall, no.
Additional questions, thoughts on where we want to go?
I guess this may be a Ms. Galvin question. So Arizona Administrative Code R423-402, where it says verify or assume responsibility to verify that a completed prescription medication is sold only to the correct patient, patient's caregiver, or authorized agent. So that's the expectation of a pharmacist, graduate intern, or pharmacy intern. So in a scenario like this, since it was not sent to the correct patient, would it be all the pharmacists that were on duty that day? How would we apply this Arizona Administrative Code? What's your guidance?
Earlier testimony indicated that because there's more than one pharmacist on duty, they all share responsibility for supervising the technicians. And there's no way to determine who exactly was supervising at that time. So responsibility could be attributed to both.
And then Mr. O'Neill, you had made a statement that there were 3 pharmacists on duty, but we only have 2 listed in the complaint.
Correct. I believe one of them went home before any of this started. Do I have that right?
Yeah, there was another staff pharmacist that was working that day, and she ended up going home before the completion of Mrs. N's bag.
What time did she go home?
I don't remember, like, I think it was like an hour before I closed. So I don't even remember if I closed.
She wasn't there at 4:30 when Brielle sold the prescription.
No, she, for who? For Mr.
For Mr. B.
for
Who were the
Mis-
pharmacists on duty at 4:33 when it was checked out at POS?
I was there.
And was Mr. O'Neill there?
I was there that day. How late? I don't recall.
Was the other pharmacist there at 2:30 when the one prescription was discovered missing?
No, she ended up leaving.
Was the other pharmacist there when the prescription was verified and bagged?
Yeah, she verified the other medications in Mrs. N's bag.
Who verified the prescription and Mr. B's bags?
I did.
So the pharmacist that went home identified there was an issue and handed that off to Ms. Vargas, I believe was what happened.
And she's not named in this complaint.
Correct. During the investigation, Ms. Vargas took the responsibility and said that pharmacist went home, handed that duty off to me, And so Ms. Vargas has stepped into that responsibility.
So sorry. So the other pharmacist, she knew there is an issue, and she decided to leave early.
Yeah, well, she
And like there is a medication disappeared, and somebody just got tired or they don't want to finish their shift, and they decide to leave early. And you said, okay, you can go leave early. I will finish this, right?
Yeah, so her time to go home had to come up, and so I was staying after.
But you said like she left early.
No, she didn't leave early. She left before I did.
Okay, so she just because
She left at her assigned shift end time.
okay. And Kim, I believe you wasn't there that time, right? Like you just on leave that time, right?
I was not there that day.
That day you're not
Yeah.
there. Okay.
You were off that day, but not on medical leave.
Yeah, I was off that day, but nobody told me anything about what happened that day until Mr. B contacted me about the error.
So what about your quality assurance program? So you identified this and you didn't put in an internal event report and let the PIC know?
When there's a medication error, we did put that in.
Did you put that in that day when you lost the pioglitazone?
When we
So
closed.
Ms. Tran, did you get notice that there was an event that day?
Not that I recall, no.
She's off. I mean, we do expect her to know.
But you would think that you would get an email or some sort of notification that an
But she's
event
off.
occurred at your store.
Yeah.
But the next day.
Yeah,
at
the
work-
next day, yes.
Right.
I assume that the next day, but at that day, no, she's off.
But she just acknowledged that she didn't get made aware of this until Mr. B came back.
She said she doesn't recall.
So when you do incident report at Walmart, so who will receive it to screen this incidents?
So, Mr. B, I was the pharmacist on duty when Mr. B called. So I filed the report that night.
No, but now we have two different answers. So did you file a report or she did file the report?
Oh, yes, excuse me. We made the report like after once we found out that the patient had gotten the wrong medication.
So you didn't know about the error till Mr. B called and then you made the report, right?
There was no communication to Miss Tran that there was the situation that happened in the pharmacy when she was not present, that there was this missing medication and this investigation occurred, so on and so forth. That was never passed along to you. The first you were made aware of this was when Mr. B called to state that he received the wrong medication.
Correct. From what I recall, it's when Mr. B called.
What about the incident of missing drug in the pharmacy? Is that not reportable?
I don't think we have like a policy.
There is no policy. I mean, there is many errors can happen. I don't there is any organization in the world will name every single. There is something called nearness. There is something called you can label it the way you want, nearness. You know what I mean? Like, do you have policy to report nearness or good catch?
Yeah, we do have a policy, but I don't know if that
Yeah,
was
I mean,
considered.
it is like a pharmacist profession. I mean, as a professional, we report what we think is error. If you don't think this error enough to report it, I mean, I have issue here.
Agree. That's part of a continuous quality improvement program. That's an expectation.
I mean, again, it is just unfortunate that happened, and we have like, here like somebody definitely like seek help, right? And that's what we hear now. And then when we go with those details, right? In normal life, we go home, nothing happened, we all happy. But when we have those issues, we have to go every single step, right? So, and I believe like we can stop this issue in many levels before all those leaders come here and explain themselves. You know what I mean? And
That's anybody on where to go with this? I think we've exhausted.
yeah, I cannot make a
discussion.
motion. Somebody else.
I'll hazard a motion. I move that we send a letter of reprimand to Mr. O'Neill, Ms. Vargas, Ms. Tran, Ms. Romero, Ms. Salisbury, and the permit holder, as well as disciplinary CE for Mr. O'Neill, Miss Vargas. Yeah. That's it.
Before we move with this motion, I believe the pharmacist in charge has nothing to do with the error. I don't want to be like me, just.
To the best of her knowledge.
No, she was off that day.
But
She was
she,
that day.
but there
She
were
was-
3 weeks between when the event happened and when Mr.
But
B
the,
came in.
the error took place when she was off.
She didn't know until it was reported to
To the
her.
best of her knowledge.
No, she was off, right? Can you confirm she was off or not? She was.
Yes, I was off.
Yeah. I mean, this error, believe me, is just like I'm boiling inside. And there's a fire in my hair now, you know what I mean? But I cannot just because I'm upset, like you just hold people accountable and they're not really nothing to do with it.
Similarly, I believe Miss Romero allowed, or maybe wasn't even aware that someone was using her credentials. That's her only involvement, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
And the
I would
permit.
not want discipline on her license. I think that could be a letter of concern, just to lock your station and not allow someone to put something under your name.
And I believe the permit holder, they have solid system to stop all of this. I'm
Then-
talking about the permit holder.
Then how did it happen?
Right.
That happened because look, I mean, people, I mean, like when you're gonna go hand medication to a patient, you don't have like a machine doing it. You have a person, licensed person, or a clerk doing this job, right? So, I mean, permit holder did everything possible to stop this. If your staff or their staff not following the policy, so we have now human error here.
I agree.
I agree.
The
I agree.
last
It's a human
several
error.
of these complaints or conferences that we've dealt with have been systems that don't work, that don't prevent human error. So if the systems don't prevent human error, they need to be.
Yeah, but the
amended.
system,
This is one error that we've seen out of probably, I don't know how many millions of prescriptions that Walmart fills. I don't know that it's fair to say that their system doesn't work because there was one failure. One failure is too much. But the reality of it is there are people involved, and regardless of how perfect a system is, people are going to make mistakes.
I agree, and there was likely something at that release stage to the patient where there was a flag that it was a human error to either bypass that or not follow. So I agree. I think it lies with the pharmacist on duty. It lies with the technician trainee at selling the prescription, and it lies with that's
yeah,
those individuals.
I agree. I believe like there is many steps that, you know, the system just made to prevent errors. Like you have a bagging system. It's a very complicated bagging system. And they all who practice pharmacy, they know how it's complicated, like, you know, to prevent error. You have a will call system when you put those in orders, and they colorful, like every day they have different color. So if the same numbers, different days, you will not make, so they have a good system to stop this, you know what I mean? And even when you scan thing, if you scan a wrong vial, it will pop up like warning, this is wrong patients, you know what I mean? Just be careful. Now, why I'm saying this is not a system, because, okay, I'm a technician or a pharmacist, I'm not gonna read this warning, I don't care. I override it and I give it to a patient.
What about the fact that there was this missing bottle? So there does seem like there could be system improvements to prevent this in the future.
Exactly.
So like an SOP to address this, because you said there's not an SOP to address this. And I've worked in a pharmacy. Sometimes there's missing bottles, and to have a process in place as to what to do to prevent it from getting into the wrong person's hand could be a system improvement that Walmart could make.
But you have a reporting system like Neoen. I mean, for me,
They didn't know it wasn't an error until it was reported.
Yeah.
It was
yeah.
a missing bottle until the patient said, "Hey, I have a bottle," that 3 weeks later. So I don't think that Yes, they should have continued to look for it. Who's to say that it didn't fall on a floor or get the bag get torn, it get kicked under a register? Like there's lots of places that it could go that it doesn't mean that it ended up in the hands of the wrong patient. Stuff happens. Doesn't mean it's right, but stuff happens. And till they knew there was an error, they didn't know there was an error.
Well, to his point, there could be a near miss, which yeah, I think that they can learn from event reporting and near miss events and lost prescription vials that were filled, ready to go, that cannot be accounted for, to me is a medication related event. And I think that discovery could have occurred sooner. And I think that near miss event reporting is very important for enhancing system
Correct.
processes.
Ms. Gustafson, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
I do. I just wanted to make sure that we say we have a very robust quality improvement program, and we do have policies that whenever there is an error identified, that it does get reported, it's evaluated, we go through a root cause analysis. So we do have policies out there that talk about quality improvement, and when there is an error discovered, reporting those so that way they can be analyzed and ensure they don't happen again in the future.
So in this scenario, what's Walmart doing now when they have a missing bottle? What has been done? There's no SOP for Ms. Vargas to follow when, the next missing bottle occurs.
And I think it's fair that we don't have every possibility outlined of an error that could occur, but our policies do state that if there is an error, you suspect an error, that you stop, you investigate, and you start following through those processes at that time. So while it may not be specifically named, we do have policies that speak generally to if you discover an error, here's what you need to go through.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can have, you expect everything, predict future to make policy before things happen, right? So you have general policy for general practice, and then we hope like our staff will follow this policy, and then we make new policy whenever we discover something.
Right.
We
And
need to
now we've
organize.
got a significant patient event with patient harm.
Yeah.
And we know that the root cause was this bottle getting in somebody else's thing, and staff recognizing that, this bottle was missing.
Yeah.
And I think at minimum, there should be something to address this so that if this happens in the future, staff are equipped on what investigation to conduct.
Yeah.
I don't think there can
We
be a
have not
policy
asked
for,
other- yeah.
I don't think there can be a policy on every single what if scenario.
I cannot tell my staff, you need
I'm not
to,
saying that
yeah.
there's a what if scenario. I said this did occur.
So,
This,
so
this, they should have something based on this event.
I agree. I mean, given that it happened and its significance, you would think there would be a new policy for this type of thing to occur if it occurs again. It's not a what if, it's a process. As you learn and things make mistakes, you add things to make sure they don't happen again. And I don't see that.
But they already have policy for POS system, and they have a system also prevent these errors, and the human error led to bypass both policy and the system. So we can ask them to write policy as much as we want. I want you to write policy for this. But the root of this issue is, I mean, reckless behavior from some staff.
Madam Chair.
So
we've had a lot of robust discussion here.
So
I keep trying to wrap it up.
We also have a motion on the table, I think. Was that a motion?
I don't think we,
I'll rescind.
No second.
No, now I know, but we had a motion. Now he did, yes. So
do I have any alternative thoughts?
I liked where Mr. Braswell was going with some of them. I don't think that, to Ms. Nair's point, that a letter of reprimand is necessary for Ms. Romero. But I think certainly both pharmacists on duty should be held accountable, along with Ms. Salisbury. I believe there should be something issued to Walmart, whether it be a letter of concern or something else.
Yeah, my concern with the permit holder is that it took 3 weeks for this problem to be brought to anyone's attention. And I know that, there are systems in place, but I feel like there should be more of a culture that if there's something missing, everyone does their best effort, makes their best effort to resolve it. Not wait until cross your fingers for 3 weeks and hope that an adverse outcome doesn't occur.
I feel like that if we're going to
I
hold
look
the
for the
pharmacist
yeah.
responsible in this case,
Oh.
I don't see that as reckless behavior. I see that as human error. And then the technician, if she didn't went around the system, then that was the reckless error. So I wouldn't be in favor of discipline for the pharmacist.
We don't typically do discipline for these types of errors.
When you're bypassing safety checks?
That's technician
That's what
did.
we have, and that would only be the technician.
Technician
in-
who
in this
bypassed
case.
safety.
We've had other things in the past, and I've commented about them. And we've had talked about it. And I personally think there has to be more responsibility and taken by parties for these kinds of things versus I don't want to use the word scot-free, but it comes down to that in some cases in my mind, given the potential of what could have happened or has happened in a case. And I think letting somebody off just because that's what's happened in the past doesn't mean that's what should have happened in the past in my mind.
So I think somebody needs to make a motion and we'll see where it goes.
Maybe we should take the respondents one at a time. and
Okay,
permit
so
holder one at a time.
I would maybe gonna have a few motions. So my first motion is dismiss for the PIC and dismiss for permit holder. That's just only for those two. And then we continue.
Second, he said dismiss for the, well, let's do dismiss for the PIC.
Yeah, dismiss for the PIC. That's my first motion.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Should we do roll call since there's a lot of opinions today?
Just as a reminder, PIC was off that day.
Roll
Okay.
call would be appropriate, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Braswell,
No.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Okay. You want to do Miss Romero next?
I'll make a motion to dismiss the complaint against Ms. Romero.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Miss Romero was the tech trainee. Looks like there's confusion. The tech trainee that was signed on but did not participate in any of the activities upon review of the video. And the POS records substantiate that evidence. Yes, I see a lot of head nods. Okay. Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
I make motion for the permit holder. We go with the easy ones first. To dismiss the permit holder.
What was that? What did you motion?
Dismiss for the permit holder. Yeah.
Second.
Did we do that one with the PIC earlier?
We did it separate.
Okay.
I have discussion. So I think I'm in the camp that would like to see the permit holder expand their definition of an error to include whatever you want to categorize this particular situation. Lost medication, near miss, whatever you want to call it, as part of a continuous quality improvement program. I'm not sure how to put that into a concise motion, but I think at a minimum, we should notify the permit holder that we would like them to consider an evaluation perhaps of their process in terms of errors of this nature.
Okay, so.
I agree with that.
So,
Letter of concern, and we just include that, so it's not a violation, but it's a
I
suggestion.
think, yeah, I'm new, so I don't know all of the options.
So I will save the board time. I modify my motion to letter of concern to permit holder.
Is that an okay motion?
Do you, that's an amendment, Ms. Nair, do you?
Yeah, I'll amend my second. I just wanted to hear from you that it was okay.
Discussion, question.
Mike, please.
Does that specify the issue that we're talking about here?
Yeah.
Or is it just a broad in general?
No, letter of
letter?
concern regarding the errors,
Okay. very good.
prevention, you know what I mean? And,
Thank you.
And enhance
A
their
lost
policy.
medication
A
isn't
lost
really
medication.
an error.
Yeah.
Follow up.
Yeah.
It's not an error. A loss of medication is not an
Non
error.
error.
That's where Mr. Hogan's talking about a near miss event. You know, we've got a lost medication that's filled. It's a near miss, and in this case, it was a miss.
So a letter of concern to enhance policy about medication loss.
Follow-up
and-
procedure.
And following up procedure with when error takes place.
This is one of these cases where we know it when we see it, but it's hard to describe, right? So I think what would satisfy me would be, again, a notice to the permit holder to review their policies, to consider expanding their problem reporting when they have issues related to lost prescriptions. This could be considered, in my view, kind of a pushing the envelope type of request to this organization.
I don't think what we're asking is appropriate, personally.
They are here, all of them, right?
I think
district
they
managers and everything.
hear us. I think I mean, they've got two corporate representatives that came here from their headquarters in Bentonville. I would assume they understand that we have concerns with where they're going. I think the fact that we notate the fact that this happened, I think that they see and hear our concerns. I don't know that we need to specify what exactly needs to happen. Like I said before, they fill millions of prescriptions. This is one error that was brought to us. Yes, it was a really tragic endpoint, but we shouldn't focus so much on the what happened versus like the outcome of the error as the whether or not the process is broken. And I don't know that that they need to change a massive thing because they fill millions of prescriptions. And this hasn't come to us before.
I find that there's no problem memorializing these conversations in a letter of concern for Walmart.
So-
That is the motion, so.
That's a
that is-
motion, a letter of concern, but
And the PIC did not know about the event till 3 weeks later.
tell the patient Cole spoke with her. Because nobody knew about this error, or what they knew about there is a missing medication or bottle, and most likely they just relabeled the new bottle and they give it to patient.
Okay, I think we're good on this. Let's vote.
So
We
my
have a-
motion is, letter of concern.
Mr.
Doc-
Bruss.
Dr.
Mr.
Gandhi.
Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Nay.
Ms. Wamsley.
Nay.
Ms. Spark.
Nay.
Mr. Hogan.
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
6 ayes, 3 nays, Madam Chair. Ayes have it.
Okay, let's go to, I don't know where you guys want to go next. Miss Salisbury? The technician trainee that sold the prescription?
I will move to 3-hour disciplinary, 3 hours education for error prevention.
A second.
Does that apply if she's not going to continue working in pharmacy?
Yeah, but she's still licensed if she chooses to, but will show in her record as a disciplinary action. 3-hour CE for error prevention and patient safety.
And if not signed, refer to hearing?
If not signed and completed within 90 days, we, yeah.
about sign? Do you have to sign for a CE?
It's a
If
consent
it's
agreement.
disciplinary, yes.
It's consent.
And this is for a technician trainee, right?
Which we can still issue a consent
We
agreement for.
can. Would the board consider also, since he's not practicing, doesn't want to make it a career, a voluntary surrender?
Yeah.
If she doesn't want to.
If she doesn't want to sign it, or
I'll second.
made the motion. Yeah, I will include this, but it's already
I'll
included.
amend my second.
So 3 hours of disciplinary CE for technician Salisbury. If she doesn't want to sign the consent agreement, we would also agree to consent for surrender. Since she's not practicing.
Yeah.
Everybody clear on the motion?
And then if
Yeah.
she doesn't sign either, it's referred to.
Remove for hearing.
Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
Aye.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
No.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
8 ayes, one nay, Madam Chair. Ayes have it.
I'll make a motion for Mr. Neal. 3 hours of non-disciplinary CE and med error prevention.
I second.
I have a motion and a second for 3 hours of non-disciplinary continuing education.
So he physically was accountable for that bag that had 4 meds in it, right?
Right, but
three-
in this case, it wasn't a reckless error. It was human error, to our knowledge. He didn't override a system. He potentially put something in the wrong bag.
And we don't know if that happened. There's a
Yeah.
wrong back because there's no camera. I mean, it's just assumption. For sure, we all know that pharmacists there share responsibility of supervising technicians, and that's why I agree with her motion.
I have a motion and a second. Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Mr. Braswell,
No.
Mr. Thorwald,
Nay.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Nay.
6 ayes, 3 nays. Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think that brings us to our final respondent, Ms. Vargas.
I make a motion for 3 hours of non-disciplinary CE and med error prevention.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I'm sorry,
I-
non-disciplinary.
I just find this very generous. I mean, she identified the error, and according to the technicians, the testimony was they spent 10 minutes looking at bags, which clearly was insufficient, and we've got patient injury. I understand that it was their busy rush hour time, but there should have been a lot more going on investigating bags to find that pioglitazone before it got bagged and sold to Mr. B.
And the pick should have been informed before.
So
3 weeks.
I just struggle with non-disciplinary CE in this, for this individual.
Dr. Gandhi?
Mr. Braswell,
No.
Mr. Thorwald,
Nay.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Spark,
Aye.
Mr. Hogan,
Nay.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Nay.
5 ayes, 4 nays. Ayes have it, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you all for your attendance. Dr. Gandhi, is there anything else we could do to take that will be quick for today? We've still got a pretty robust agenda for tomorrow, but it's been a long day. I think a lot of your report has quite a bit of discussion, I think.
It does. I can take some informational stuff if you want and go through that, get that out of the way, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Yeah, let's maybe go like another 10 minutes or so.
Sure.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Bio break? Okay, yeah.
I thought he meant like
Or should we
on the
just,
agenda.
or should we just adjourn? What's called?
Mine, I mean, even the ones I'm giving informational will be very minimal. We can do that tomorrow.
Okay, let's just do call to the public. Let's do call to the public and then we'll adjourn. Max, call to the public.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris, go ahead.
Mr. Morris.
Very quick one. I don't know that the board knows this, and certainly the board members may not. Mary Gurney and I co-teach the pharmacy law class at Midwestern. Each year, we pick one case that the board did in the past 12 months. The students do to do an in-depth review of the case. They pull the video clips with it. We don't tell them what the results are. Shockingly, very few of them actually peek ahead and look at what the board did, and we have them go through it and do it. We're having that next month on May 7th, and Dr. Gandhi is kind enough to be able to come to be able to do that. President Walmsley usually comes, but she's not available this time. So if there's anyone else who wants to come to the meeting, it's at the class. It's at 8 a.m. on Wednesday, May 7th. Be happy to have you come with Dr. Gandhi, and we'll talk about one of the cases to be able to do it. But my point of doing this is I already know what next year's case is, and it's the one we just did just now. And we'll talk about that and cut the video clips for it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Please come forward and introduce yourself.
Hi, if it pleases the board, my name is Justin Brock, pharmacist. Have a compounding pharmacy, actually 2 compounding pharmacies in Tucson. And just one of the topics that's going to be on the agenda, I just wanted to make a comment on. It's about the compounding, what's all in the news, was in the news today in the New York Times. So compounding of semaglutide and tirzepatide. And just wanted to, we do not compound it. We do not compound steroid medication. So it has very little to do with us, except for the fact that we have been able to, with the FDA's permission, when it was on shortage, we've been able to purchase it from 503B outsourcing facilities and then been able to dispense that with the prescription to the patient. I think there's some question as to whether or not 503As can when they can continue to dispense that, et cetera. Just wanted to make sure that, from my perspective, when it comes to this instance, we are not, even though we are a compounding pharmacy and we have a 503A, but the definition of a 503A pharmacy is a pharmacy that gets a prescription from a provider and makes the medication for a patient. In this situation, we are getting a medication from a manufacturer, which happens to be a 503B pharmacy. So in this situation, we are not a 503A pharmacy. So I just wanted, for the purpose of those prescriptions, we should be able to continue to dispense medication that was made by a 503B pharmacy after the shortage period has ended. If we have that inventory to get rid of, we're not going to have it forever, but we should be able to continue to dispense that. Much the same as prisons in this state have that medication on hand, as much as home health facilities, hospitals, et cetera, have that medication on hand. They should be able to continue to dispense that medication because they are not the ones compounding it in that situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call. Anyone? All right, we will recess until 8:30 tomorrow. Don't forget to sign in if you want your C for today.